Okay, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to start this March 8th Planning and Transportation Commission meeting. Will you do roll call for me?
Commissioner Alczyk?
Present.
Commissioner Gardias?
Present.
Commissioner Lowing?
Present.
Commissioner Rosenblum?
Present.
Commissioner Suma?
Present.
And Commissioner Walpole is absent. 5 present, 1 absent.
Okay, great. Why don't we...
Actually, I'm sorry, it's 2 absent. I believe Commissioner
that's right.
Susan Monk is not here.
Commissioner Monk.
Okay, why don't we begin with oral communications. I don't have any cards for oral communications, although I do have 2 cards for agenda item number 1, which those may be for oral communications. That's Lisa Carr and...
Yes, I can speak to that. That's a mistake. I meant the action item. Sorry.
You mean action item number 2 then?
The Castilleja.
Okay. Is that the same for Deglin? Yes. All right. Okay, so seeing no cards for oral communications then, why don't we begin with the Assistant Director's report?
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to make 2 announcements. One is the City Council will be considering the supplemental draft environmental impact report on March 20th. And that will be coming also to the Planning Commission. I think it's tentatively scheduled for late March for your initial review on that. And then last night also the City Council directed staff to return with an ordinance for the accessory dwelling unit regulations, which this commission offered some guidance to the council on. The council was very appreciative of the commissioners' time and effort on that project, and they found it to be helpful in their deliberation. And they ended up moving forward with some standards that will make it, I think, a lot easier for homeowners to establish accessory dwelling units in Palo Alto. So that'll be returning in the next, within the next month, probably, on consent calendar.
Okay, let's, what is this study session item? That's nothing. Okay, let's jump right in then into item number 2. Staff, why don't you begin with your report?
Good evening. I'm Amy French, Chief Planning Official. We are here tonight to conduct a scoping meeting for the Castilleja School project. This is to allow the public to comment on the topics that the environmental review, environmental impact report would address, would explore. Yes, can you? It's right there.
I can't see that.
There it is. Okay, and then at the bottom, here, wait a minute.
Yeah.
That's it, I think, yeah. So just quickly, to go over the agenda for this item. The format for a scoping meeting is as follows. My presentation is going to briefly cover the enforcement and conditional use permit for Castilleja School. The consultant to my right from DUDEC is going to present the California Environmental Quality Act process and go over those next steps. Then we will entertain the public speakers that have submitted comments, cards to you on the issues to be studied or examined in the draft environmental impact report. Today's scoping session is not intended as a forum for dialogue about the merits of the project. Staff is not prepared to answer questions, details on the project itself. We are here to simply receive input on what should be studied in the report. The location of Castilleja is, as shown on the screen, bordered by Embarcadero Road, Emerson, Bryant, and Kellogg. In the year 2000, a conditional use permit was issued to allow up to 415 students. That was exceeded in after that. It came to the city's attention in the year 2013 when the Castilleja did present us with a transportation demand management plan and followed up with a monitoring plan. The city then allowed, conditioned the applicant to come forward with a conditional use permit if they wanted to amend their maximum cap of 415 students. But first directed the Castilleja School to study the possibility of using Embarcadero Road for access to the school. So in 2015, the city did acknowledge 438 students for this academic year that we're in now, and allowed the delay to explore that Embarcadero Road access. On the screen is the site, and this is showing the two buildings here that are currently not on the campus. They're separated by property lines. And one is a rental home, and the other has been used for Castilleja's school purposes. We have a soccer field here, and this is the former Melville Street, Avenue that went through the site that was absorbed into the site some years ago. A history of the Castilleja School was in the staff report. So the proposal Castilleja has submitted came in June of last year, asking for a conditional use permit amendment. It was followed by an architectural review application, and they are seeking approval of a master plan associated with an increased enrollment, and they've identified 3 phases. One is to create an underground parking garage to handle the parked cars and drop-offs underground. The second phase is related to a pool and moving a pool to a different location and locating it further below grade. And the third is in the circle area. And then there's a future phase for demolishing 2 buildings. Here's the master plan concept. And it shows these items that I've just mentioned. This is the phase 1 below grade garage that's proposed. It does show with these blue lines where the special setback is on Embarcadero, as well as the side setback of Emerson Street. And you can see that the proposed garage encroaches into these setbacks as submitted back in June. I'll just quickly go over next steps so we can get to the meat of this presentation, which is the CEQA. There are technical studies underway. The scope of the study could be adjusted if needed to prepare a draft environmental impact report. We have several items that are still needed from Castilleja to complete the applications. This is normal. Normal part of studying a project is to request additional information so that the project can be understood. We have additional steps that would follow, including reviews with the Historic Resources Board and Architectural Review Board, followed by publication of a draft environmental impact report and receipt of public comments, typically a 45-day public comment period, followed by formal reviews on the project itself, all the way up to council. I'm going to turn this over now to Catherine Waugh of DUDEC.
Thank you. Good evening. As Amy said, I'm Catherine Waugh. I'm a senior project manager with DUDEC, and we've been retained by the city to evaluate the environmental effects of the proposed project at Castilleja. So just briefly, I will go over just kind of the key concepts under CEQA and what a draft EIR needs to include, and then talk about our approach to evaluating this project. And then, as Amy mentioned, it would be appropriate to open it up for public comment so so that we can hear, the concerns of the community and make sure that those concerns, where they are within the purview of CEQA, are addressed in the draft EIR. So this slide just outlines the key, big steps in the CEQA process and those where there's opportunity for public input. So to start off the process, we prepared an initial study along with a notice of preparation. The initial study is our first look at where there could be potentially significant impacts. And CEQA requires that we look at the physical environmental effects of a project. So it's not involved in social effects and economic effects, but we really focus on the physical environmental effects. And so that initial study it was circulated, I believe at the end of January. Sorry, I forget the dates. And so that gives the public and agencies that might be interested in the project or have a permitting role in the project an understanding of the basic project description and where impacts could occur, under which topics impacts could occur. And so we've been receiving email comments on the notice of preparation and the initial study, and then again we'll record all of the comments from tonight, and those all help inform us as we prepare the draft EIR to make sure that we're preparing a comprehensive analysis of those environmental effects. So the basic contents of the draft EIR are to have a detailed description of the proposed project. So we have a project description in the notice of preparation, but as Amy mentioned, there are additional details that the applicant is preparing. And so when we prepare the draft EIR, it will have a thorough project description. There will be figures so that the public and the agencies that might be reviewing the document and the decision makers at the city can really understand what exactly is proposed and what the phases are and how all of those components will interact with each other and where they could result in environmental impacts. And so then the second key element of a draft EIR is that analysis of what the project's physical environmental effects could be. We first define the existing conditions to establish what the baseline is from which those impacts might be measured. And then when we do find a significant impact, CEQA requires that we identify mitigation measures to avoid impacts, reduce them, provide compensation for them, and determine whether or not those mitigation measures would be feasible to implement. CEQA also requires that we consider cumulative impacts, growth-inducing impacts, energy consumption effects, other components of the environmental analysis, and that we look at alternatives to the project that maybe could avoid or reduce some of those impacts. Sometimes a project alternative might be able to accomplish the project objectives without the need for mitigation measures, and so then we would identify that as an environmentally superior alternative. For this project, the anticipated focus are the topics that are listed on the slide. So as I mentioned, we prepared an initial study, and through that analysis, we were able to eliminate some of the topics that CEQA covers from a further, more detailed analysis. And so I'm happy to elaborate on any of these topics should the commissioners have questions specifically on our approach to these. But as Amy mentioned, there will be a series of technical studies prepared that will support our analysis. So for example, there will be a modeling done to determine what the air pollutant and greenhouse gas emissions would be during construction of the project for each phase. There's an arborist report evaluating the trees at the site, and we will use that to evaluate the effects of tree removal that would be associated with the project. There's a historic and cultural resources evaluation that's underway currently, so we will have all of these technical studies to provide us with the detailed information that will be necessary to determine where impacts could occur and the best ways to mitigate those impacts. Another key concept in CEQA is the thresholds of significance. How do you know whether an impact is significant or not significant? And so these are the sources of information that we use to determine what those thresholds might be. We look to the city's general plan standards and municipal code standards, as well as any pertinent state and federal regulations, and use that body of regulatory governance and guidance to help us determine, is an impact significant or is it less than significant? And so then this slide just reiterates that, we're in the scoping process for this project right now and scoping phase. And so all of the comments that we receive by, written comments and verbal comments that are made tonight will be reviewed, and we'll ensure that those issues that are raised within those comments are addressed in the draft EIR, where they are within the topics that are covered by CEQA. So the slide gives the address to provide those comments, and the date, the closing date of the comment period is April 15th of this year.
I'll just follow on that by saying the former date for comments was March 15th, as published in the revised notice of preparation. It was requested to be extended by the applicant, which we are doing. I just would, in conclusion, state that many emails have been forwarded from whoever has sent them to me and others to the Planning and Transportation Commission, as well as our consultant. And finally, just to reiterate that we are, again, here to receive input on the scope of the environmental document. It is not intended as a question and answer period regarding the project itself. We are not ready to do that.
Thank you. I just, thank you both for the presentation. I just wanted to make an announcement then to the audience. While this is a little bit light for a typical PTC meeting that we have, if we could ask people to scoot together on the benches a little bit more. We have a number of people in the room that are standing, and we're also looking for some folding chairs. We usually have those laid out, but not tonight.
Three minutes. Okay. Would you, staff, would you mind putting slide 12 of this presentation up on the screen? No, I'm sorry. Slide 13. Okay, so before I invite the members of the public to speak, I just want to make a couple points. The first is that this is not a new process for our planning department. They've been involved in many initial studies and EIRs before. What you see on that slide are what the staff has identified as anticipated focuses of the EIR. We look forward tonight to inviting people here tonight to speak and help inform the focus of our EIR, and should you have areas that you think we should be studying that isn't on this list, we look forward to hearing them tonight. All right, so with that, I'm going to invite the speakers up. We're going to allot 3 minutes to each speaker. And I'm going to read 2 names at a time so that the next person knows that they are up. So the first speaker I have is Bruce McLeod. You'll have 3 minutes, and after that, Peter Costello.
Bruce is on his way. He's not here. I'm his wife.
All right.
I'm also signed up to speak, so shall I just take this slide?
How about I start with Peter Costello and followed by Roy Wang.
All right, I'm just going to read this. And with regards to the traffic flow, the traffic study should probably investigate Churchill all the way down to Waverly, between Alma and Waverly, and Emerson from Embarcadero probably all the way to Tennyson or beyond. I was told that the traffic study was going to focus just on the immediate neighborhood of Castilleja, and in particular, between about 7:45 and 8:30 a.m., there's a significant bottleneck on Alma when it reduces to 1 lane over Embarcadero. The traffic backs up several blocks before Churchill, and then cars are diverting. As soon as it backs up, they divert onto Emerson, and they race down Emerson, all the way down to past Castilleja to Melville, and then jog back over to Alma to get back into that line of cars. So I'm at the corner of Churchill and Emerson, and in that window of about 45 minutes, there are many cars that do not come to a complete stop, and many of them are going in excess of 40 miles an hour as they pass our house and approach Castilleja. Obviously, this is a huge problem because there's students on their way to Palo on bikes. There's a swarm of bikes going up Churchill, and there's also many kids walking to Castilleja and other things. So it's really a safety issue that needs to be looked at as part of the study. There's also, when Palo starts up, there's a significant backup on Churchill. The cars are not allowed to go straight into Palo, and so, and then there's the trains coming, so oftentimes the cars can't go, and there's many bikes, so many of the cars can't go. So anyways, the cars are diverting over to Melville and Kellogg, and then turning left onto Alma and coming back around. So anyways, I would just encourage you to include significant portions of Emerson and Churchill Streets in your traffic study. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Roy Wang. I live on Kellogg Avenue within the block from Castilleja School. I've been a neighbor for 12 years, and my daughter is currently finishing her 7th year at Castilleja. So I've been involved in the discussions with our neighbors here, as well as the school community. So I see both sides of the point of views. So as a parent and a neighbor, I believe the proposed scope of the EIR is appropriate. Regarding the impact to the traffic in the neighborhood, I'd like to, on the impact, I'd like to share my observation and my perspective on the school and the expansion. So a couple years ago, when the issue came up, the neighbors and school met quite a few times. I was involved. Parking and traffic, they were among the top 3 issues the neighbors really addressed. And the school immediately get into action. The entire community was very supportive of the school's proposals. Many measures were taken, and most outstanding of all of them was the shuttles the school ran. They ran shuttles from Caltrain stations, from neighboring cities like Woodside and Los Altos. I started to see the difference in reduction of traffic because the line, the drop-off line in school, the rush hours, is getting shorter in length and shorter in duration. And I don't see my friends anymore because they're in Los Altos, Woodside. They don't drive over to drop off anymore. Their kids are taking the shuttles. And the effect is also measurable. So my house is the second one on Kellogg from Alma. So it used to be that there is a 10, 15 minutes window. The cars, most of the time, there are cars lined up to get onto Alma, especially if somebody really is determined to make a left turn. There's a little backup. So that's a 10, 15 minutes window I manage not to back out of the driveway. But since Castilleja has started taking these measures, the effect is measurable. To date, I could say that I can easily back out of my driveway. The window gets shorter sometimes, like for this week, for the first 2 days, even this morning, I see to the most 2 cars waiting, and I can easily back out. So it proves that the school community can listen to the neighbors and act to improve, to reduce the impact, improve relations. So that's the fact. And some of the neighbors, I talked to them, and they agree with the observation. So on the perspective of the expansion, so we're adding about 100 students. So 20 to 25% of these students are from Palo Alto. They're our own kids. They mostly bicycle to school. So the remaining students, let's say if half of them decide they do not take the shuttles, then you'll be left with, say, about 35 to 45 cars at rush hours. So if you look at the window in about 10 to 15 minutes window, or maybe let's 20, even longer. So that's about 3 cars a minute overall. So from that perspective, I don't see this expansion would be a threat to the overall neighborhood. But how that impact, as smart it is absorbed, remains a challenge. So I personally benefited from the great education. So I would like to see that the benefit being brought to more students. I believe this can be done at the same time keep our neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, next is Carolyn Schmartz, and followed by Rita Inbal.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Planning and Transportation Committee. I see we have a very large audience tonight. I realize that many of the people in attendance tonight are not residents of Palo Alto. However, they are great fans of having their school located here. Could all the residents of Palo Alto please raise their hands? Thank you. Thank you, and welcome to one and all. In honor of National Women's Day and to acquaint the non-residents, I have compiled a brief but wondrous look at the life of Palo Alto and its women. In 1894, the Women's Club of Palo Alto was formed and they organized the first public library. In 1934, Lucy Stern magnanimously gifted the city with the Lucy Stern Community Center. It is home of West Bay Opera, the Palo Alto Players, the Children's Theater, the Boys and Girl Scouts. Its ballroom is host to countless wedding receptions, parties, and fairs of all sorts. 1934, Josephine O'Hara started the Children's Museum. In 1951, Claire Booth Luce gifted the city with St. Anne's Chapel in the Newman City Center. In 1981, Elizabeth Gamble leaves her home to the city of Palo Alto, and it becomes the much-loved Gamble Garden Center. In 1991, the Lucille Salter Packard Children's Hospital opens. The characteristics shared by the aforementioned locales is that they are an integral part of life in Palo Alto. The facilities are open to everyone. These institutions build our community. They challenge our minds, they exercise our bodies, and yes, they nourish and refresh our souls. They benefit not only our city, but also the surrounding cities. No wonder Castilleja wants to expand here. The problem is, Castilleja is a private, exclusive institution. Can our children play in your schoolyard? No. Can our seniors walk and sit under the trees? No. Do you offer a venue for weddings, concerts, theater? No. It benefits only about 100 girls and 0 boys in Palo Alto. Castilleja is a community in and of itself. It does not integrate itself into Palo Alto life. It does not challenge our minds, exercise our bodies, or nourish our souls. It does exercise our GPS. This project instead offers us potential for more traffic, undesirable living conditions, construction trucks, buzzsaws, and wood chippers demolishing the trees with the end result of permanent damage to the neighborhood for Castilleja's very own private gain. So, in the names of Lucy Stern, Claire Booth Luce, Lucille Salter Packard, Josephine O'Hara, Elizabeth Gamble, I say cheers to them and their wonderful, beautiful vision that's inclusive and beneficial to all of Palo Alto and not just a few.
Thank you.
They are indeed a blessing to our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Let's try moving forward. When you hear that buzzer, that's time to wrap it up. Okay, guys?
Okay, I got it, yeah.
I've been nice to the first 3. The next one, I'm going to shut down. Okay, Rita, please proceed.
Okay, so I live on Channing. I'm not near the school. My daughter went to Castilleja for 6 years, graduating in 1997. Traffic was a mess there. In fact, one of the girls got a Land Rover for her 16th birthday and drove it down the street about 4 houses and then looked forever for parking. So I know what I'm talking about here. One of the C's in Castilleja stands for community. And I do have to ask, how is Castilleja integrating or serving the community when they have been out of compliance for 14 years with their conditional use permit? And with all due respect for Amy French, or to Amy French, the first slide was very minimal. It had nothing to do with the constant complaints of the citizens regarding the enrollment breakage of the CUP. I can remember reading about it in the paper and going, well, this is easy to solve. You just don't let in a big 6th grade class. You cut off the kids, half the kids leave when they go to high school. And you can I could have solved this problem in 3 years. Instead, it's been, 14 years. And now they're asking for more students. I'm concerned about this not only for the fairness issue, but because I live near a private school. And honestly, if one private school can break their CUP for 14 years, then every private school. So why do we even bother to have conditional use permits? Why do we even bother to have building codes? Why do we have any codes at all? Why don't we just all do what we want to do? Now, we know that Bryan Street is a safe bike to school route. You can't tell me this isn't going to be a problem constructing this garage. And it's going to be noisy. It's going to change the neighborhood forever. So I think everyone who lives in that neighborhood should be given the loudest vote on this situation or be listened to the closest, because parents who have their kids come to Castilleja and live in Woodside, I respect your right to speak, but you know what? You don't have any dog in this fight. Your kids are going to graduate. It's just a question of how many more kids are going to be let in at the expense of the neighbors. Thank you.
Okay, I was just reminded by staff that we have a practice of asking individuals in the audience not to applaud speakers in an effort to have a sort of mutual respect for oppositional opinions. So I would encourage you guys to withhold from clapping. Next speaker is Barbara Hazlitt, followed by Lisa Van Dusen.
Good evening and thank you. My name again is Barbara Hazlitt. I live at 1176 Emerson Street, where I've lived for 37 years. So I'm a very close neighbor of the school. I believe the proposed scope of the environmental impact study is appropriate as described by the city's consultants. I wholeheartedly support the proposed modernization of the campus and the very modest increase in enrollment. Respect, please. Having lived near the school for 37 years, probably longer than most any of you, I can attest to its many contributions to our community. With respect specifically to the environmental impact, Castilleja is a very respectful neighbor, having gone to great lengths to mitigate traffic and parking demands as the town has grown up around it, and also to manage its footprint in all areas. The administration, faculty, and students all are dedicated to best efforts in this area and to be monitored and measured. In my view, the school provides a park-like buffer for the lucky residents that surround it. The school's master plan proposes a green and architecturally inspired design and asks for no additional square footage above ground. Everywhere we look in Palo Alto, there's construction and expansion. In my mind, the development in Palo Alto over the last several decades has brought tremendous vibrancy. Why should one of our most historic and consequential neighborhood treasures, the 100-year-old school, be denied critical improvements and to extend its reach to a modest number of new students? To do so seems foolish and very short-sighted. We all need to be reminded that, much like Stanford, which also is a private institution, Castilleja is a nationally ranked school. How lucky are we to have these kinds of educational institutions in our backyard? I believe we need to fully support the schools that have proved they are the best in America. Please approve the scope of this environmental impact so that it can move forward to council and be approved. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Lisa Van Duzen, and I am a resident of Palo Alto, live in the community center neighborhood, mother of 2 sons who were not therefore eligible for Castilleja. But I wanted to address one very specific aspect that's listed up there, which is the transportation and transportation demand management system in particular. My message is very simple, which is I believe in Castilleja's ability to successfully implement the transportation demand management program that they've set forth. As I understand it, they've put forth some consequences that are very specific if they don't do that. And more importantly, they have a track record. They have a track record of actually reducing car trips by more than 20% since 2013, and have therefore been actually a real role model for our community. I would hope that we could all do as powerful a job of reducing car trips as they have. So that is my main message. If they do that, which I believe they will, and in fact could exceed that, then we will be all better off. And in fact, the wonderful programs that are offered to the students that are there can go forward with a modest increase, and letting in some students that would very much not have that opportunity otherwise, but a range of diversity that I think is important. I'd also just remind us all that it preceded every one of us. We moved here knowing that school was here, and I just think that's something that we forget very often. So I just would like to say that there are lots of other considerations. I'm not pretending to know all about all of them, but as you think about one of the greatest impacts I think that people are talking about, it is traffic, and just really look at the data, because it is powerfully compelling and says that they will deliver on that and better it. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Nancy Tuck, followed by Christine Stone.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Nancy Tuck. I live at 113 Melville Avenue, the block between Castilleja and Alma. And I would echo the words of Roy Wong, who said that the traffic from our block entering onto Alma has really improved since the traffic measures have been undertaken by Castilleja. I leave for work in the morning somewhere between 8:05 and 8:20, and at most there are 2 to 3 cars waiting to get on Alma, and it's just not a traffic backup. I believe in the proposed scope of the environmental impact report as described earlier by the city's consultants. And I have a letter signed by many of my fellow neighbors that I would like to read to you. To the Planning and Transportation Commission, we, the undersigned, are enthusiastic supporters of Castilleja School. Many of us are close neighbors of the school, living adjacent to or within a block of the school. Year after year, we witness the comings and goings of young women who are polite and respectful. They and their families have never disrupted the quality of our lives. We are proud to share our neighborhood with these hardworking Castilleja girls. And frankly, we value the fact that this nationally top-ranked school is in our midst. We strongly support the amendment to Castilleja's conditional use permit to increase enrollment and to move ahead with their master plan. We have seen substantial and measurable improvement over the past 7 years in the traffic, parking, and event management. We feel that Castilleja's leadership has made a remarkable and sincere effort to be conscientious and considerate neighbors. There have been many public meetings held at the school for neighbors to both learn and comment on the plans, as well as neighborhood coffees featuring Nancy Kaufman and Kathy Landecker, the chief financial officer of the school. Through these, we have learned just how Castilleja has accomplished these improvements. They've increased their shuttle services for students, built up the Bike to School program, imposed mandatory limitations on employee traffic with remote parking, reduced the number of deliveries and times of day, and the list went on and on. All suggestions by either neighbors or consultants who had been hired to reduce Castilleja's footprint and felt presence. So we still have this gem in our neighborhood, yet the impact is vastly improved. We witness firsthand the high expectations Castilleja sets for its parents and student drivers. For example, a few weeks ago on a rainy Friday night, when the parking was on the field was impossible, parents who attended the middle school musical had to park at Palo Alto High School and were shuttled to the campus. These parents happily cooperated because they want to do their part to ensure the quality of life in the neighborhood. The new campus plans also include many aspects to continue the effort to reduce traffic, street parking, carbon fuel usage, and noise, while beautifying the campus both within and from the curb with new trees and more attractive architecture. We like that there is a list of measures against which Castilleja will be held accountable both now and in the future. We understand the need for Castilleja to invest in their infrastructure in order to keep up with the demands of the ever-evolving top-notch educational institution. Thank you.
Next is Christine Stone, followed by Bruce McLeod.
Hello, my name is Christine Stone, and my house is at 1234 Emerson Street, which would be the street onto which the garage would exit, so it would have huge impact for me. My family has owned that house for 57 years, and so I have a big interest in the quality of life in our neighborhood. So what I think I would be impacted would be the aesthetics of the neighborhood. You would tear down houses and over 100 trees, and there would be a concrete edifice there with cars coming out. That's a huge change. That doesn't feel like a neighborhood so much anymore. So it's very disappointing to me. Quality of life is impacted, pollution, noise, the noise of, tearing down all the other buildings and building them and having cars, hundreds of cars coming out of there. It's not just students, it's staff and so on that would be using the garage, I assume. So it's disappointing to me on a number of levels. Palo Alto, I've always thought was the city of trees, and here's a project to get rid of many of them. It's going to make a big change in the canopy and the feel of the neighborhood. So, and to me, I don't understand this because the expansion isn't necessary. It's just something that people want to do. And those people are willing to sacrifice the quality of life in my neighborhood. I would never do that to them. I wouldn't, if I suggested, I know I'm emotional, but if I suggested to any of these people who think it's a great idea, let's go to your neighborhood and tear down some houses and all the trees, and then we'll have a cement edifice there with lots of cars coming out across the street from me. Would you like that? Probably most of them would say, oh, no, thank you. But they're willing to sacrifice my neighborhood, and that's very upsetting to me, so I hope you'll consider that. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. I'm Bruce McLeod. I live at 1404 Bryant Street, immediately across Kellogg from Castilleja. And as a parent and an educator at Foothill College, I applaud Castilleja's missions and their success. As a neighbor, I'm appalled at this overreaching proposal from an institution that claims community as one of its core values. Nothing in this proposal will significantly result in a better quality of life for the immediate neighborhood, now or in the foreseeable future. Despite 3 years of meetings with Castilleja staff and experts and repeated assertions that what the neighbors really wanted was a quiet residential R1 setting, the neighborhood benefits listed in the objectives are minimal and will not begin to accomplish that goal. As far as the scope of the EIR is concerned, the initial study is minimal in scope and does not adequately address the many environmental impacts of the plan and the construction process, nor does it address in any way where the students will go to school or the impact of that process during construction. There are assumptions made based on inaccurate information and minimal mitigating measures proposed where potentially large environmental effects are likely to occur. For example, from Castilleja's environmental assessment worksheet, the questionnaire asks for the total number of daily vehicles, yet Castilleja supplies, and the city has accepted an adequate account of vehicle trips during a restricted 1-hour window in the drop-off morning period. This does not begin to assess the total impact of the school on the neighborhood. There are events in the evenings, There are events on weekends, none of which are counted in the study or accounted for. The total vehicle impact really needs to be noted and studied. Castilleja correctly notes that approximately 75% of the buildings on the campus will be demolished and rebuilt. If I propose this level of reconstruction to my residential home, the city building department would require me to submit this as a new construction and get a new occupancy permit. Yet the city allows this to be treated as a minor remodel because there is no new FAR proposed. The following areas should be added to the list of environmental factors requiring further study on page 5 summary of the IS. Hydrology and water. This box is miraculously unchecked. The last time Castilleja dug deep and put in their gym, they struck water, surprisingly, despite geological assurances that they would not. They pumped water continuously from that site for 6 months into the city's storm drains, 24/7 through a 6-inch pipe. Thank you. There are more, but I will send those to you. Thank you.
Okay, next is Carolina Abbasi, followed by Katie Dixon.
Hello there, my name is Carolina Abbasi, and I'm Palo Alto resident. I live on Hutchinson, and I have 3 daughters, and the oldest one is going to Castilleja School. Thank you for this opportunity, and this is my great honor to talk about this on International Women's Day. Originally, I'm from Ukraine, and I had a little speech done here, but what I want to say is a lot of people complaining about the noise, the pollution, but we're really forgetting is the impact if you educate one girl. How is that going to change the world? You know, the noise, I wanted to talk to you guys, the noise, it's uncomfortable, but you can't think of your discomfort, think of the global. Think of what these women will be doing in the future for you. I lived in many different countries, and I have to say Castilleja is one of the best schools, especially I had a personal experience with my older daughter. My daughters went through Duveneck, and you know the older one is biking to Castilleja, and I see how Castilleja goes out of its way to promote the biking to school, the shuttles, and whatnot. So please cherish Castilleja. No other school like this is anywhere in the world. It's a wonderful gem. Please, I urge everybody to support Castilleja, and this is my pleasure to talk to you on this day, on International Women's Day. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Katie Hannah Dixon, and I'm here tonight to express my belief that the proposed scope of the EIR study as described by the city's consultant is appropriate. I grew up in Palo Alto, I went to Castilleja, and my father still lives on Crescent Drive. My mother went to Castilleja as well, and my daughter is a student there now. So I wanted to speak to you tonight mostly as a parent, and to tell you about when my daughter first came home from her first day of school at Castilleja a few years ago. She showed me a heart-shaped rock. She said that the head of school, Nancy Kaufman, had given it to her and all of the other girls at assembly that day. The rock said courage on it. This was a real teaching moment for my daughter and the entire school. Castilleja needed to be a better neighbor. And courage, Ms. Kaufman explained at that assembly those years ago, is what you call upon when you need to do a better job. You own it, you come together, and you make it right. And Castilleja has done exactly that. They've done everything in their power at their cost to reduce traffic and the environmental impact on the neighborhood. It's a point of pride for my daughter and her fellow students to take the bus, the train, the shuttles, to bike, to walk, to carpool to school, to make sure we only make right-hand turns around the school, follow our specific routes, and park only on the school side of the street. It's a point of pride for the school and the students to improve Castilleja's sustainability by reducing its consumption of water, of natural gas, of electricity, to help raise money to pay for ways that we can take drop-off and parking off the streets of the neighborhood at the school's cost. Castilleja students and their parents are proud to do everything in their power to be a good neighbor. It's embedded in the culture at Castilleja. The upperclassmen teach it to the younger students, returning parents teach it to the new parents. These actions are examples of Castilleja's commitment to long-term accountability and its desire to be a good neighbor. The master plan and the CUP application includes new measures that will continue Castilleja's efforts to reduce impact on the neighborhood. The way that Castilleja addressed their pledge to be a better neighbor is emblematic of the school, with courage and community in mind. Castilleja is a vital part of the city of Palo Alto. With its nationwide reputation for producing competent, educated women of character who go out into the world and step into leadership roles in their communities, Castilleja is an asset to the city of Palo Alto, an asset that Palo Alto is proud of and has been for over 100 years. I hope the Planning Department and the City of Palo Alto will consider the merits of the proposal so the school is able to continue its proud tradition while maintaining good relations with its neighbors and the greater Palo Alto community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Julie Ishiyama, followed by Lisa Carr, followed by Terry McDonald.
Good evening. My name is Julia Ishiyama. I am a lifelong Palo Alto resident. My family has lived in the area for 65 years. I am a member of the Castilleja class of 2009. I spent 7 years walking to school from Lola Avenue, past a lot of other houses closer to the school, I might add, that had a lot of construction going on, which I was happy to step around and accommodate. This is the price of living in a growing, thriving city. I would like to express my opinion that the proposed focus of this environmental impact report is appropriate, and I would also ask that in determining the scope, the Commission consider three things. The first is the school's capacity and demonstrated commitment to mitigate issues surrounding parking, transportation, and traffic, as I believe they've demonstrated through the parking, through the shuttles and other measures that they've taken, and I believe would absolutely continue to do under their proposed expansion. The second is the cumulative impact of other contributors to traffic and issues in the area, like Pali High School, like Town and Country. Given the modest proposed expansion at Castilleja, I have to believe that the traffic complaints of the community are attributed to other factors as well. And the third thing I'd ask you to consider, since we've listed land use and planning up, there is the beneficial use to which this land is already being put. Castilleja instilled in me a desire to give back to my community, and I strongly reject any suggestion that Castilleja is not an integral part of the Palo Alto community. Castilleja's emphasis on community service and civic-mindedness encouraged me while I was a student there to volunteer at the public elementary school that I attended here, Walter Hayes, and encouraged me to serve on my Congresswoman's Student Advisory Board, and now that I'm back in Palo Alto at law school, has encouraged me to think about how I can give back to my community by helping provide free legal services at the Opportunity Center. And I'm by no means some exceptional representative. My classmates are doing incredible work, and they're very, very proud to have been educated in Palo Alto at this incredible school. So I ask you consider that important beneficial use in your consideration.
Thank you. It's Lisa Carr, followed by Terry McDonald. I just want to make a point that when you see the yellow light, that means you have a minute left.
Hi, I'm Lisa Carr. I live at 1420 Emerson. I'm also the parent of a Castilleja alum. Castilleja was a fabulous school, and I think to the extent all of you are speaking in support of Castilleja, I agree with you. I'm very supportive of Castilleja, but I think that's a diversion from the point of why we're here. We are talking about the scope of the study. 2 points there. I don't think people have really talked much yet about the aesthetic changes in the neighborhood but it will be a dramatic change. We live in a residential neighborhood, not a multi-use neighborhood, although grandfathered in by Castilleja. But I would like to, specifically 2 points. One is on the baseline look at the community. It is true that Castilleja, as Julie mentioned, is not the only contributor to traffic. And I think that needs to be part of the baseline. I have students from Palo parking in front of my school every day. Until recently, I also had Castilleja students parking in front of my school, but I think they have maybe 6 to 9 traffic monitors employed by Castilleja now, so that has stopped, although I do still have a workman parking across the street. So there is already quite an impact in our neighborhood from a public school, students parking there. On the weekends, my street is end-to-end parked during the fall for football games at Stanford. So we already also have impact from Stanford. On the, so there can be a double impact. So I just want to make sure we have a baseline that is accurate. As to mitigation or alternatives, it hasn't come up in this EIR, but I think since alternatives will be considered, Castilleja might also consider following the path of 4 other local private schools. That would be Keys, Pinewood, Nueva, and Harker, and consider if they want to expand, and that's their prerogative as part of their business plan, that they consider splitting the campus. And then they can expand to the extent they desire, as these other private schools have done. Thanks.
My name is Terry McDonald. I live on Lowell Avenue. I've been in Palo Alto for somewhat more than 40 years altogether, and I have watched the community change, and I would empathize with the neighbors who are concerned about noise and construction, for I have lived in the epicenter of it. And for those who fear it, I would suggest a greater degree of acceptance, because it is our norm. And I have come to accept the wisdom of Palo Alto in granting permits for various new constructions, many of which I would not personally endorse. I believe that any of us can drive through the neighborhood and see homes that we would not want to live across from. Yet, in this environment, in this democracy, and in Palo Alto, permits are granted for just that. So I accept the greater wisdom of this community board to see that if Castilleja is within compliance, that it should be accepted and given the go-ahead for its plan. I am also the parent of a Castilleja student and have accepted that we are going to have whatever traffic there is, because it is an acceptable trade-off for the good that the school provides. In terms of trees and noise and the other greenhouse issues that come with construction, again, I defer to Palo Alto. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker will be Janine Marston, followed by Gary Marshall, followed by Martin O'Malley.
Good evening, everyone. I am Janine Marston. I live in the 1900 block of Waverly. I am a teacher at Castilleja, as I have been a teacher for 40 years. And I am a very proud resident of Palo Alto. When we moved from the East Coast, I told my husband, I only want to live in Palo Alto for the schools and for the trees. So I want to say I'm very supportive of this process and the opportunity of both sides to speak. I also want to say that I have great faith in the EIR, and that kind of meticulous planning we see is why I am so happy to be able to live here. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I'm an historian involved in the Castilleja Centennial, living here during the Palo Alto Centennial, and one of the pictures I really value is our neighborhood, a sea of fields except for two buildings, the Gamble House and Castilleja School. We also have a long, long history of good relations with the neighbors. Josephine Duvenek used our facilities to launch one of her community appeals, and neighbors used to be routinely invited to events in the campus, and if we're not doing a good enough job at that, please let us know what else we can do. Yes, Castilleja has changed as Palo Alto has changed. I get discouraged when I read descriptions of the school. People are not aware of that we are now 47% students of color, that we have a expanding tuition assistance program. We're so proud of the fact of how many students have graduated from Castilleja, who are the first in their family to graduate high school and go on to college. I support the enlargement of school because it will also, as many speakers have already said, give us the opportunity to expand this incredible education to more girls. I think this is basically an issue of trust, and let me tell you why. So I said I lived in the 900 block of Waverly. We've had 4 private major construction projects going on in our neighborhood. And they've been very distressing in some ways. When we went to appeal to one house that was raised from the bottom up, also 6 months of pumping water, so I appreciate that comment. The construction manager for the absentee landlord told us that basically they have a right to be there too, and please don't come again. I completely trust Castilleja to respect the wishes of the neighbors, and in terms of continuing our support for traffic mitigation, for a lighter carbon footprint, and my point is, please trust us. I think we've earned it. Thank you.
Next is Gary Marshall, followed by Martin O'Malley.
Thank you. I appreciate this time to speak to the commission. First of all, I want to thank Nancy Kaufman for all the mitigation that she has done in responding to the neighbors' issues with the expansion. And in the last 4 or 5 years, the traffic in front of our house we're at 1301 Bryant Street, so we're right on the corner of Bryant and Embarcadero. We're directly across the street from Castilleja. There's a flurry in the morning of about 20 minutes. There's a flurry in the afternoon of about 20 minutes. And then we don't even know the school's there. So it's pretty quiet. It's a great transition. They have a lot of safety guards that are out there for bicyclists as well as for the parents that are picking up and dropping off. I also want to mention that when my husband bought the house, it was built the same time that Castilleja was built. So our homes look pretty much alike. I consider Castilleja a great neighbor. They have been for years. We've lived there for over 35 years, and we've never had any issues. Have we seen the transitions? If we ever had a problem, we just had to say something, and it was handled. The issues were handled and addressed by the school, and it's been minimal. I also like to say that the noise factor, there really hasn't been a noise factor for us. Traffic-wise, yes, for that few 20 minutes in the morning and the afternoon, yes. I don't see that the scope of the expansion of the school is going to affect much, or the increase of the CUP, due to the fact that they're not full classrooms right at this point in time. So there won't even be a huge factor as far as increase of teachers, et cetera. So bottom line is, we can't change the past. Were there issues in the past? Yes. but we can look to the future, and I hope that we don't disregard the future and the opportunity for these young girls, maybe to even be the President of the United States in the future. So, go Casty. Okay.
Good evening. Martin O'Malley. I've been a resident of Palo Alto for more than 30 years. One of the reasons I moved here is because the community supports education and supports the institutions that provide the platform for that activity. It's a highly valued part of the community, and my 3 daughters all went to Castilleja after attending public school. And I can tell you that over a period of a dozen years that I was involved with the school and physically on campus and witnessing the activities and the development of our children, that there was tremendous concern on the part of the school of the impact on the neighbors. And it was part of the DNA of the school to be respectful of the community and to exhibit that respect locally through the mitigation of parking and the noise, and whatever could be done was taken very seriously by the school. And from my perspective, over a period of time, I saw the impact of the school on the neighborhood decreasing. And I personally, I know a lot of people in the neighborhood, and I've never had a comment to me from anyone directly that there were issues with several of the issues that we're talking about tonight. So I would say that as an institution, Castilleja takes 100 years to develop, but it can be only a short period of time if the community does not support it. And I think we should continue to do what we can to develop the platforms that our children will be educated in and be able to deal with some of the issues that we have in front of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Kathleen Hughes, followed by Chris Lowe.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you. My name is Kathleen Hughes, and I'm a longtime resident of Palo Alto. I'm also the Executive Director of Ada's Cafe, which is a local Palo Alto nonprofit that hires adults with disabilities. I believe the proposed scope of the EIR study as described by the city's consultants is appropriate. I'm here in support of Castilleja because I know that Castilleja is educating the next generation of women leaders, and what better day to support women's education than International Women's Day. This next generation will create and generate ideas and especially goodwill throughout the world, just like they're doing here in Palo Alto, excuse me, and our surrounding communities. From the very beginning, the entire Castilleja community embraced and encouraged my work to create Ada's Cafe. Castilleja girls volunteer with us on a weekly and monthly basis. They take their commitments to our nonprofit and their relationships with our employees with disabilities very seriously. Recently, I was at Castilleja 2 weeks ago, and one of my employees with pretty significant disabilities said to me, you know, when I'm here, I feel like I'm at home, and I know that I'm always welcome here. The proposed increase in enrollment positions Castilleja to provide an even higher level of excellence in education by offering academic, athletic, and extracurricular activities like volunteering with nonprofits like Ada's Cafe, so that more young women, and especially a more diverse group of young women, will get to take advantage of an education at Castilleja. So I hope the Planning Department and the City of Palo Alto will consider the merits of the proposal so the school can continue its very proud tradition of educating the next generation of female leaders. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Chris Lowe, and I live in Palo Alto, and I'm here to express my support for Castilleja. Maybe I'm not so old, I don't need these. Okay, I believe that the proposed scope of the EIR study as described by the city's consultants is appropriate. I have lived in the Bay Area my entire life, and the last 20 have been here in Palo Alto. And like many of you, I've witnessed remarkable change. And I thank agencies, commissions like yours, for the tremendous task of making well-considered decisions that embrace the healthy growth of our vibrant and diverse city while honoring the historic institutions that give Palo Alto such depth and such character. Castilleja's proposal gives the city a unique opportunity to do both. The plan to renew our beloved school will honor a 110-year tradition of educating young women, and it will ensure that Castilleja has the facilities it needs to serve girls well into the future. It's important to look at this plan in terms of street flow and trees and perhaps a view from a window. I get it. My family lives on Charleston Road. No fewer than 6 schools feed directly in front of our house, and backing out of our driveway during drop-off times is no picnic. But big picture, we support education, and the busyness of our street represents life. And of course, we knew going in that we were buying a house on Charleston. When you assessed Castilleja's plans, though, please consider who this project is for and who it benefits. I'm the mother of 2 daughters who currently attend Castilleja. They work their tails off to get there, and each day we drop them off with pride, and they arrive at school with purpose. Beyond a phenomenal education, Castilleja teaches girls accountability, responsibility, and grace. These values are not merely a suggestion. Castilleja makes them a priority, with time built into their schedule for active and meaningful community engagement. Through these programs, my girls alone have sung with senior citizens, have taught dance and coding to kids in East Palo Alto, and raised money and awareness for teen mental health, homelessness, and the disabled. Castilleja teaches our daughters to be better citizens. They also lead by example. Therefore, it was no surprise to me to find that Castilleja's plans include comprehensive methods of accountability, social and environmental responsibility, and plenty of grace. I assure you that as a community in a beautiful neighborhood that we respect, that we're all in this together, and I find it kind of fun that we're all wearing red. Not a meeting goes by when Nancy Kaufman, our head of school, doesn't remind us all of our commitment to our neighbors and to our aggressive traffic management plan. We know the stakes. We want nothing more than to provide a happy, accessible, and engaging learning environment for future generations of women to learn and become good neighbors themselves. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Dan Chapman, followed by Deglin Keneally, followed by William Power.
Good evening. My name is Dan Chapman. I live in San Jose, although consequently I was born in the old Palo Alto Hospital. I'm superintendent of buildings and grounds at Castilleja School and responsible for our TDM program. I've been at Castilleja for over 26 years. Under Nancy Kaufman's leadership, Castilleja implements an aggressive traffic demand management plan. Since 2012, we have reduced traffic by 20%. The introduction of 2 student school buses, a carpooling program, off-site employee parking has contributed to the reduction. On average, 10% of both students and employees ride a bike to campus, and there are 11% fewer single student drop-offs. We also have 46% increase in Caltrain ridership. In addition, with a few exceptions, all employees are required to not bring a car to campus 3 times a week. To manage these programs, we have increased on-street monitoring during morning drop-off and afternoon pickup. Daily, we count the number of students who take the bus, ride a bike, and take Caltrain. We have weekly calendar coordination meetings to be sure we have the least impact to the neighborhood as possible. Weather permitting, we also use our softball field for overflow parking for events. These actions are an example of Castilleja's commitment to a long-term accountability and to deserve a good and a desire to be a good neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Deglin Keneally. I'm a resident of Palo Alto living on Channing Avenue, directly across the street from St. Albert the Great Catholic Church, Elizabeth Seton School, down the street from the Palo Alto Adventist Church. Prior to this, I lived 10 houses down from Oak Knoll Elementary in Menlo Park. At that time, it was the largest elementary school on the peninsula, and spent 2.5 years under construction, so I can certainly empathize and sympathize with the residents near Castilleja. I would like to point out a few things that, in my mind, I'm here to speak not for me, because I no longer have a child at Castilleja. I don't have any other children that will be attending Castilleja, but I am here to speak on behalf of the 100 or so girls who may not be able to attend Castilleja if this project is not approved. Education of young women changes lives, whether that is in the Middle East, in Africa, or even in Palo Alto. I personally witnessed Castilleja take a young, smart, but also conservative and cautious young girl who had a love of musical theater and would rather stay at home than go have a sleepover at a friend's house, and transform her into a global citizen who is now studying computer science at Stanford and who wants to serve others. This desire to serve others came from her trips through the school to Africa and India, seeing the plights of young women who did not receive the educational opportunities afforded to the girls of Castilleja. Ultimately, the decision for my daughter was one to sacrifice what could be things that might make her better off in the world, and to sacrifice part of her life for the benefit of others. I realize that it is a difficult decision to have the construction and traffic that could occur, but the long-term benefit of 100 additional women being educated by Castilleja is a global changing event. I would like to thank the committee for the review, and I believe that the scope of the EIR is appropriate. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is William Power. I live at 1310 Emerson Street, which is across the street from the school. We've lived in that block since 1981. We previously lived in what is now the Lockheed House that is part of the school. I supported the school when they petitioned the city to give up the easement on Melville to turn that into a playing field. So I have been around the neighborhood for 36 years, a little over 36 years, and had been a supporter of the school. In terms of the EIR scoping, there are a couple of issues I think that need to be addressed to extend it. Number one, in Ms. French's description of the project, maybe I missed it, but the school has proposed a total rebuilding of the school, tearing down all of the existing buildings as part of a multi-phased plan, and I believe that should be included as part of the scope, not just the increase in enrollment and the underground garage. In addition, I believe the baseline should be defined as the existing CUP, not the situation given they've been in violation for over 15 years. I also believe the consultant should speak to the neighbors about specific noise and other concerns that we have that may be impacted by the redesign. One issue, and it may seem relatively minor to the commissioners, but the pool is going to be moved much closer to Emerson Street, as I understand the proposal. And they do have water polo matches there. If any of you have ever attended a water polo match, you will know that it is a constant battle of whistles, and it makes it almost impossible to do anything outside during a water polo match. My last point is that I'm questioning whether the school has provided sufficient detail in terms of a building plan in order to address some of the impacts, particularly given the tens of thousands of cubic feet of earth that are going to be moved in building the underground garage, in lowering the footprint of the campus as part of the overall rebuilding. And I think perhaps the commission should ask the school to provide more definitive plans before they can address many of these concerns here. Thank you very much.
Okay, our next speaker will be Bill Ross, followed by Catherine Garber, followed by, well, I'll start there.
Good evening. I'm a Palo Alto resident. I would join in the remarks by the last speaker, but only after I note that 22 years ago I contributed what then I thought was a proportionate amount of money for tuition for somebody who I think profited from the Castilleja educational experience and is a productive member of society now. Having said that, I think that we all have to acknowledge this is a controversial project, and I think if there's an objective, accurate environmental review of it, that will facilitate resolution consistent with existing regulations. I think there is an inherent ambiguity in the project description that needs to be clarified. Not only with respect to construction, as mentioned by the last speaker, but also with respect to how can this be subject to the subsequent exercise of discretion in a TDM? What is it? It's undefined. I would suggest that there needs to be an examination as to the baseline for the air quality, greenhouse gas, and traffic impacts. It's not clear from the references quoted that it's consistent with the latest standards from the Building Industry Association case after remand from the Supreme Court to the appellate court to the trial court. I also think that on the traffic component, that it would be a better way to look at this project to understand its full impact if not only levels of service was the method of analysis, but also vehicle miles traveled. And I think the constrained hours of review is, meaning peak hours, is inconsistent with the conditions of both Embarcadero and Churchill during those times. Construction impacts are mentioned many times in the initial study, air quality, noise, aesthetics, land use, but it's not clear what the basis for analysis is. It seems to be implied that part of it is the construction management plan that's been utilized by the city over the last several years and has proved to be unacceptable. I would suggest that that not be included in evaluation of the impacts because it's not clear what the actual standards are for the construction impacts. I think that's going to be one of the critical issues that's faced, and as a method of mitigation, I don't think it meets the definition of feasibility from the outset. Those are the comments that I have at this time. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Catherine Garber. I am here to support Castilleja's proposed scope for their EIR. I'm a mother of 2 boys and a past member of the Citizens Oversight Committee for the school bond in Palo Alto. I'm here to talk very briefly on 3 of the topics: the land use, the traffic, and the cultural resources. I moved here to Palo Alto for 2 reasons: great housing and great schools. And part of what makes the schools so good is the variety, that there's public and the private. All of our schools have had extensive remodeling and additions since I've been here to address seismic and other life safety upgrades, to provide for accessibility, to implement new technologies, and for expansions. Yes, neighbors are impacted. I especially feel for the woman who's across from the proposed new garage entrance. But these changes are on a whole, I think, good for the community. Regarding traffic, I've been really impressed with Castilleja's management of the traffic. I drive and walk and bike through that neighborhood every day, and I have witnessed the vast improvement of the traffic over the years. And then lastly, just briefly on serving the community, touching on a point someone else made, I've been to quite a few events at Castilleja as a member of the community. They hold quite a lot that are open to the public. I live next to Jordan, and they've got events in off hours too, and sometimes there's a lot of traffic in my neighborhood, and my driveway gets blocked. Well, that's when I suck it up, and I'm just being a good neighbor. So thank you.
My next card is for Nancy Kaufman. I see it's attached to a card from Jim Pickett, Bill Birch, Kathy Birch, Kathleen Tandy, and Kyle Bardo. I'm assuming that that's that those other card holders are relinquishing their card time to Nancy Kaufman. Nancy Kaufman, you'll have 15 minutes to speak.
Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. So I appreciate this incredible opportunity to gather as a community. We live at a time when having a place where divergent points of view can be expressed in this way, I think it's very powerful, and it speaks to a level of intellectual engagement here in Palo Alto that makes me feel very proud to be a citizen here. And I am a neighbor of Castilleja School, and I've been a neighbor for 19 years, and I've been the head of school for the last 7 years. And what I'd like to do is give a quick overview of how we have been thinking about this plan in terms of impact, because it's a pretty significant endeavor. It is, as we see it, it is truly an investment in maintaining our presence in Palo Alto in a way that is sustainable. We've been here for over 100 years. I suspect that, Castilleja was here before anybody in this room. I suspect it will be here long after us. My job and my goal is to ensure that is the case. So let's see, how do I came out of it. Maybe you can set that up for me. And I want to, you could tell I'm an Apple person. Yes. Roll that. Thank you very much. So there is a vision behind why the school is doing what they're doing. And we have a strategy for enrollment that we believe will ensure that we can survive and thrive in Palo Alto. We want to be in Palo Alto, I think, for the same reasons that everyone wants to be in Palo Alto. It's a vibrant community, and it's, as you've heard tonight, our engagement in the community is a very important part of our mission of our school, which is actually to teach young women and to empower them about the role that they can play, and that's what sets them up to be leaders. We need to modernize our learning spaces. This is something that is actually long overdue at the school. Our goal is to actually minimize, and I will show you some pictures in a minute, minimize the sort of physical footprint that we have in the school, and to minimize the traffic and the parking impact on the neighborhood. You also heard tonight about the demand for a Castilleja education. Unfortunately, our acceptance rate for our high school is at 9%. And with this increase, it's our hope that we would be able to get it up to over 20%. I just want to make sure that everyone knows a little bit about the school, and really don't need to go through these things, because I think you've heard these things tonight already from other people about the diversity, about the fact that we really are a leading institution in girls' education, not just locally and not even nationally, but we do get people from literally all over the world coming to see what we're doing at Castilleja, and that would be China and India and Australia and so forth. I also want to reiterate the important role that we play in our community. Again, it's part of our mission, and it is something that for us to leave Palo Alto and to give up that opportunity would really be a tremendous loss for our curriculum and our program. 50% of Castilleja students arrive at school by some means other than a single occupancy vehicle. And we're very proud of that accomplishment. That's only in the last few years since we've really embarked on, since I came forward, by the way, I just want to clarify because I did come forward to the city of Palo Alto to say, Castilleja School is over-enrolled. What would you suggest that we do? And at that time, the suggestion was, you need to step back, think about your future, plan for your future, and think long and hard about what you plan to do over the next 20 to 30 years, and come back to us with a comprehensive plan. It was only after that, and we haven't had any complaints about Castilleja, was what I was told at the time by the city. Once I came forward to the neighbors and let them know that we were indeed over-enrolled and that we were going to embark on this plan, neighbors did file a formal complaint, and we did pay a fine of $265,000 to the city for that over-enrollment. So I just want to thought it'd be important to mention that. The other thing I want to tell you, because I do think that this is a model for Palo Alto, 100% of our employees are required to participate in our TDM plan. They may only come to work 2 days a week in a single occupancy vehicle. If for some reason, as Dan mentioned, there's some exception around childcare or a physical disability or something like that, we do make an exception and we ask those people to somehow participate in traffic duty or in some other way. So I really want to talk about positive impacts because I think this does relate to the kind of study that will be done in terms of the impacts culturally, and it explains why we've made some of the decisions that we have in the plan. The architecture, the landscape, which I'm going to show you in a minute, is designed really to improve the neighborhood, as well as, I know there's been lots of controversy around trees on campus, and there are very few trees impacted in our current plan. We've taken very seriously feedback. We've modified our construction quite a bit. Environmental sustainability will be a huge part of this program. Our goal in our new facility is to actually be a leader that will be a model for other building and projects in Palo Alto. I particularly want to talk, when I talk about positive impacts, I want to talk about this expanded green space that we would like to create on the campus, which will be open to our neighbors. I also want to say, actually, do you mind bringing me a cup of water? My bottle of water. I wanted to let neighbors know that our use of our campus is limited by our CUP. And what that means, by the way, is we're not allowed to have use of our campus for public purpose. It's not permitted under our CUP because that's believed to be an inconvenience to the neighbors. So just want to be clear on the fact that we would open our campus far more if we ever had a CUP that would allow for that. Anyway, in this, what you can see here is this public park that we would like to have open to walking neighbors, in other words, bringing no cars into the campus. We are moving, and any tree that gets moved or relocated will be moved towards the perimeter of the campus, which will, again, improve the neighborhood. Now it's not going. Oh, maybe because of that. I got it. Thank you. Okay. I think this is really important because we're open, actually. We want this environmental impact study to study every possible way we could reduce impact in the neighborhood. That is our goal, and our plan is actually driven by that desire to minimize adverse impacts. We plan to reduce traffic and parking, reduce deliveries. We have a plan to relocate, pick up, and drop off underground. This is something that neighbors asked us to think very long and hard about, getting as many cars off the street as possible. We've proposed reducing our number of events, our hours of operation, and of course our environmental sustainability plan, which will reduce our consumption of natural resources. I want to say something about the parking garage, because this is something that early on in this process, neighbors told us they wanted more than almost anything else. In fact, people said over and over again, this was promised to us by the last head of the school. This is what we want. And I even recall one neighbor saying, just give us the garage. You can have 1,000 students. We don't care. Just get the cars off the street. What we've done with this proposed garage, I think it's very important for you to see the residential feel of the single lane driveway that comes out onto the street. The garage is not a mammoth garage. What we've done is taken all of the on ground level parking and moved it underground. So there will be very little surface parking, maybe parking for visitors only. And by eliminating all those parking lots on campus, that's where we get the green space to create the park for the neighbors. But I would hope that, I know there have been many pictures floating around about what the underground garage might look like, and pleased to share with you what the plan is there. And that, where that driveway is coming out of the campus, there is currently a driveway right there. And okay. It's been mentioned several times. I know that trust is this huge issue around Castilleja, and we have proposed more accountability than I think would ever be required, because we know that we have to prove that we will be held accountable. We want to have a plan that is not dependent on our promises, but the promise, I think by what we've accomplished, we've shown with having even our director of the TDM being here, we're so committed, and our families embrace it. But we want to be sure that if there's any change in leadership at the school, there would always be this accountability, that it's not dependent. This is not a personal commitment. It's a public commitment with a significant number of outcome-based consequences that would go far beyond what the city would typically require. So in closing, I really do want to stress once again that we have a lot of trust in this environmental review process. We're grateful for the city's level of expectation around ensuring that if we can grow our school, if we can meet the growing demand for the kind of education that we provide. We had our admission meeting today. It's awful to have so few spots for so many amazing young women who are so eager to have this all-girls experience. So if we can do it and reduce our impact even more, make the neighborhood a better place, anything you can tell us and share with us for how to do that, we will welcome. So I want to thank you. And one other thing I want to say is I really admire you, because I often say it's easier to criticize a decision than to make a decision. And I find myself in that position often. And so I appreciate that the decisions that are easy to criticize are the hardest decisions. And so thank you for the work that you do on behalf of the city.
Okay. Our next speaker will be Rob Levitsky, followed by Kimberly Wong, followed by Alan Cooper.
This is Rob Levitsky, 1215 Emerson Street. I've owned the house next door to Castilleja for the last 25 years, and it hasn't been a particularly problematic event. However, this proposal crosses the line to civility of the neighborhood. They want to destroy our block, knock down two of the eight houses on the block, violate all kinds of setbacks. When Amy mentioned at the start of this thing called the Notice of Preparation. It's kind of a slick little paragraph talking about all the rules they're going to violate. They start by violating the setback on Emerson Street for an underground parking garage exit, on Embarcadero, where there's a 24-foot setback, and it goes on from there. We live in a very pretty city, and it's that way because we have community values, and those values get embedded in municipal codes. So we have codes, the setback, how far your house gets to start from the edge of the street. And another particular one in our city, and you can see that tree on the seal, we care about trees, and we have ordinances that protect the trees in Palo Alto, especially oaks and redwoods. So the Castilleja proposal would violate just about all of these codes, and they've sort of taken the position with this project that they can do whatever they want. They can just violate any setback, cut any tree, and basically gave Rob Steinberg carte blanche to just build whatever he wants. And what he proposed on June 30th of last year was something that did not take into account the trees at all. So, based on all the data that we have from the Castilleja, this map here shows every tree they want to cut. Amy, is this correct? I'm still using that same data. Using that same data, the blue ones are oaks they want to kill, the yellow ones are redwoods, and the rest are various other trees like deodar cedars. Which brings us to the EIR worksheet, where it talks about trees. And there's no public benefit to cutting down 75 trees. And so I'm imploring this group to make sure that all the regulations corresponding to trees in the city of Palo Alto are followed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Kimberly Wong, followed by Alan Cooper, followed by Winter Dellenbach.
Hello, my name is Kimberly Wong, and I live at 1260 Emerson Street, opposite the Lockey House, dedicated to Castilleja's founder, Miss Mary Lockey. The DUDEC initial report mislabeled 1235 as a Lockey House, but the Lockey plaque at 1263 proves otherwise. I hope that they will correct this. The DUDEC study 313 states no impact to housing, but we need further studies for the following reasons. Removing the Lockey house and neighboring home will reduce this short block of 8 homes to 6 with a very long wall and a garage exit. I request that the EAR bring in the Historic Resources Board and Architectural Review Board to jointly evaluate the impact of losing homes on this block, which looks and feels like an extension of the Professorville just north of the campus. They should also provide discretionary review on aesthetics of the entire project in terms of massing and fitting in with the surrounding neighborhood. Gustav Laumeister built the campus, many Professorville homes, the Castilleja Administration Building, and perhaps a Lockheed House. In the Dames and Moore study, Sanborn maps, past research, and city records, there are different build dates and parcel numbers. Because of these discrepancies, I ask that the EIR provide full historical evaluation of the Lockheed House with peer review. And with the correct research and build date, I would like the EIR to determine whether the Lockheed House is eligible to be on the National Registry as the neighboring buildings 1215 Emerson and the Administration Building at 1310 Bryant. Lastly, I would like the EIR to consider alternatives to demolishing two homes when there is such great need for housing. They can explore benefits of robust shuttling or increase robust shuttling of students and staff to satellite parking away from the already congested Embarcadero corridor, benefits of turning the Lockheed House into a historical museum to showcase the 100 years of Castilleja history and retain housing for out-of-town visitors as is done presently. In closing, I would like the EIR to have a full historic evaluation of the Lockheed House in terms of date built, architectural significance, and its notable inhabitants. I would also like the EIR to study alternatives to raising the homes. And lastly, I would like the ARB and HRB to study the impact of removing homes to the aesthetic and cultural fabric of the neighborhood. Thank you.
I'm Alan Cooper. I live across the street from Castilleja on Kellogg Avenue. And with my background in geology and geophysics, I would like to be specific about the EIR. And I feel that the current geotechnical study that was done in January of 2017 is too limited in scope and did not collect sufficient geologic information to address significant questions. Questions such as how would the Castilleja site respond to a great earthquake magnitude 7.5 if they excavate 40% of their site and down to a depth of 15 feet? Would severe ground motions of the excavated site increase the likelihood of liquefaction failures, thereby compromising the structural integrity of the garage and the new structures that will be built? Would structural failures of the garage and building walls cause land movements that would damage roads and homes adjacent to Castilleja? These are potentially serious problems. Hence, I ask in the EIR that an enhanced geotechnical evaluation be done for the Castilleja site, extending out to the road and the first row of houses around Castilleja, and the evaluation should include two parts. First is a detailed three-dimensional geologic mapping survey to a depth of 75 feet with a resolution of 5 feet using standard geophysical mapping remote sensing techniques. These would be augmented with additional core samples collected. The radar mapping would image the shapes and extents of the sand and gravel bodies that have potential for liquefaction. The seismic data would provide the shear wave velocities to help evaluate those liquefaction potential. Geologic cores are needed to ground truth both the radar and the seismic data. The second aspect of the geotechnical evaluation is a detailed three-dimensional seismic engineering study to predict how all existing and proposed structures on the Castilleja property would respond to a magnitude 7.5 earthquake. Would ground failures on the Castilleja property result in failures to adjacent roads and homes, especially along Embarcadero Road, adjacent to the garage? The engineering evaluation should incorporate all the three-dimensional geologic data. The additional geologic data and engineering evaluations are needed because even with good engineering practices, there is potential for serious damage to the proposed garage, to new buildings, to public roads, adjacent homes, and to the safety of the students that may be there during that earthquake. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Nelson Ng, followed by Carla Becerra, followed by Dave Lyons.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay, that's fine. Hi, my name is Nelson Ng For the last 20 years, my family and I have been living at 1260 Emerson Street. I heard a lot of speakers commending the Castilleja as such a great neighbors. And for the last 20 years, we have not also trying to be good neighbors to Castilleja, have not been complaining anything about it. Until last July, when I find out that the proposed garage exit with hundreds of cars will be spilling out into my front door. And that is an example of good neighbor. However, I diverged from my speech. As an immediate neighbor, Castilleja, who lives here 24/7, I feel it's important to understand the total impact of Castilleja traffic. Therefore, I'm requesting all study to be 24/7 for the streets around Castilleja. The specified street is this. Here is the streets of what is proposed right now as being studied. However, let's see, the blue one is proposed to be studied. The red ones are the ones that should be studied. And yeah, can you make it into full screen? Continue, thanks. So to establish a baseline of the data, it should be compared with the traffic of what is allowable for the single-family R1 neighborhood, not the existing condition. This determines the true impact of Castilleja traffic to the surrounding neighborhood. The study should measure traffic with and without Castilleja in session. Some neighbors, surrounding neighbors have observed that 90% of traffic reduction on the days that Castilleja is not in session, while Palo Alto School are still in session. Studies also measure traffic during summer with and without Castilleja School in session. Many more data points needs to be included in different seasons, and weather conditions should be collected. As immediate neighbor, I have observed that the events of activities on campus have significant cumulative impact to the neighborhood. According to the school calendar and the events tracking of the neighbors, Castilleja has over 100 events for the current school year. In the submitted application, Castilleja is proposing to have 90 events with 100 to 700 guests, and no limit for events with less than 50 guests. Just proposed events alone is already 7 to 12 times more events than other private schools in the area. We need to have in-depth study and analyze the impact of these events in comparison to other schools. A more extensive study than the current W-Trend proposal is needed. I asked the EIR to expand the number of streets intersection study, set up 24/7 monitor, and analyze the events, and not to mention the 5+ years of construction traffic to measure the true impact of Castilleja expansion to the neighborhood. Thank you. And again,
thank you.
What is on here is that is the blue one is what is the W-Trend is proposed to study, and then the red one is the one that is being proposed.
Our next speaker will be Carla Bufera.
Thank you. My name is Carla Befra, and my family has lived across the street from Castilleja for 49 years. We asked the Planning Commission to include several additional measures for study in this EIR. In the interest of brevity, I will only include a few in my comments and submit the others in a written statement. You're welcome. If I may direct the commissioners to page 5 of the Dudek report, there are some additional items which we believe should be checked. Mandatory findings of significance is not checked. It is incumbent on the Planning Commission to determine whether the cumulative impact of the current growth plan, in addition to past activities, constitutes a mandatory finding of significance. We point out that in Castilleja's 109-year history at this site, including many remodels, additions, and more than doubling the size of its original student body, there has never been an environmental review. We believe the past effects and those of the reasonably foreseeable future constitute overburdening of this R1 neighborhood. Hydrology and water quality is not checked. The last time Castilleja dug in order to build its current underground gym, despite geological studies to the contrary, it encountered ground table water, which it had to pump around the clock 24/7 for some 6 months. As you can imagine, this caused enormous disruption of peace and habitability for neighbors, and we are still not clear on what effects this displacement had on foundation stability for nearby homes. Palo Alto has since ruled that this type of water displacement is dangerous. In addition, the impermeable garage roof will impact runoff in an area that already backs up in rainy weather. We ask that this extremely large project be reviewed in depth. It should also be noted that we find the soil displacement to be grossly underestimated in the project plan in terms of cubic yards as well as depth, and these alternate facts should be corrected before an extensive study is made. Public services is not checked. Since this project is increasing substantially the number of people driving into and out of Palo Alto, 4 car trips per day to deliver and retrieve students, 73% of whom are not residents, how will that and the 30% increase in students and staff affect services such as traffic control, fire, police? The impact has been minimized in this report, but we ask, how will our residential streets be physically maintained with this increased traffic, including the oversized buses used for transportation and the enormous trucks required for the planned construction? Since the school is a nonprofit entity which does not pay city taxes, we believe the cost burden will fall on resident taxpayers and would like these effects and their impacts studied in depth. We would also ask the Commissioner to look carefully at the proposed bikeway station presented as a community good. Neighbors whose input was not solicited on this issue question if this area may instead become a public nuisance, offering a place for non-bike riders to loiter, bathe, sleep, gather at inappropriate hours, and encamp. We have seen no plans for monitoring this area with a full-time staff. The Commissioners must be well aware of the complexities of creating public spaces which are well-intended but have unforeseen negative consequences. We ask that the EIR fully study the potential impacts. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dave Lyons, followed by Mr. Akinoza.
Good evening and thank you. My name's Dave Lyons, and I'm a resident of Palo Alto at 1159 Lincoln Avenue. And you know, really quickly, I was born and raised in Detroit, Michigan. I spent and then my formative years in a suburb very much like Palo Alto. I spent my college years in Cambridge, Massachusetts, a city which is completely focused, from my perspective, on education and higher education of probably the highest nature. I moved to Palo Alto 29 years ago to come to Stanford University. I've been a resident here for almost every one of those years since. I've worked in downtown Palo Alto for 15 of those years. This is to speak in support of the EIR for Castilleja. Fundamentally, you know, essentially my years in the community, I've been aware of Castilleja, and mostly because of the positive comments from my friends and colleagues. Things like, what a great school, those girls go on to be great leaders. You know, you've all heard that. But the importance of that in the community is extremely important to me, and one of the main reasons I live here, and bring my family up in this environment. I've dedicated my career to design and engineering, and I've held leadership positions in firms based here in Palo Alto, IDEO, and Tesla Motors. Through that experience, I've become enamored with 2 overarching principles that are in a mindset for sustainable competitive advantage. Now, those 2 principles are first of all, a commitment to excellence, and the second, a commitment to continuous improvement. I believe that every individual will be benefited by the commitment to those principles in their personal and professional life. The community itself will also benefit from that, and we also look at how those are cherished and can grow a sustainable future for ourselves and for our families. My daughter is a 6th grader at Castilleja, and before that she attended public school at Walter Hayes in Palo Alto. I have children currently attending Jordan and Walter Hayes, so I get out in the traffic and live this. Sorry.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to address you. My name is Tolu Akinola, and I would like this evening to urge you to support Castilleja's plan to modernize and expand the school. And I think you should do this because of the impact that the school has not only on our city but also on the, the impact on training girls and helping provide support for women throughout the world. I'm a resident of Palo Alto, and I'm also a parent of 2 girls who are both in the middle and high school at Castilleja. I'm also a former commissioner of the city of Palo Alto, helping to look at our libraries and the renovation projects that we did over the last couple of years. So I'm very familiar with the burdens of trying to make decisions that counterbalance desires of different groups within groups of residents in the city. But today, I'd really like to, I think it's apropos that we're discussing the future expansion of Castilleja on International Women's Day. Castilleja, in my experience and from my daughter's experience, has been really great at trying to build up these young women and trying to give them an education that allows them to have impact, not only in their city, but also throughout. They take that impact on what they learn, they take it out with them for the rest of their lives and everywhere where they touch. The girls have a lot of impact throughout the city, right? It's not an insular community that only it provides access to a small group of people in Palo Alto, but we are educating our girls, the daughters of Palo Alto, who also take that education and almost on a daily, weekly basis are going out to impact the institutions inside, whether it's through mentorship or trainings or a lot of activities that they go out and help other parts of Palo Alto. As a parent, my experience regarding traffic has been that whenever there's an event or whenever, or just looking at attending school, my girls bike to school every day. So they, because the school encourages strongly. I can tell you the number of emails I get from Nancy and the rest of the school saying, don't park here, make sure that you follow the traffic guidelines, and they're really, really strict and really so much about helping to grow, helping to manage. So I just want to close. I really would encourage you to support Castilleja's plans. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Diane Gwint, followed by Keith Bennett.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I want to echo something that Head of School Nancy Kaufman said. I very much appreciate the work that you do because this is a vibrant and growing community. And in order for the community to grow, you have to make wise decisions on behalf of the community. I'm here to support the scope of the Castilleja proposal. And I say that as a former parent of a Castilleja student, a former member of the board of Castilleja, and also as a 27-year resident of Palo Alto. I live in South Palo Alto. I live 1 block from the Ross Road YMCA. I live next door to a house that has 8 Facebook engineers living in a house that was not designed for that kind of occupancy. But people work here. It's a place that people want to be, and all of us in the community have to recognize and honor the fact that this is a popular place. But in particular, I want to say that what Castilleja does and what Castilleja offers is extremely unique in our community. They truly work to succeed at their mission to train young women leaders. And I cannot think of a single other example of another institution that has gone to the lengths that Castilleja has gone through under Nancy Kaufman's leadership to make sure that that the school is considerate of the neighbors. I don't think there's any other place where, although it is not required, there are signs out across the street from the school in front of other people's houses that say, don't, Castilleja's, community, don't park on this side of the street. No one tells the 8 Facebook engineers and their many, many guests that they can't park in front of my street, in front of my house, nor would I want them to do that. But Castilleja is extremely committed to its neighbors. So I think that the success that Nancy and her leadership team have had, and that the community have taken the concerns of the neighbors very seriously, and the opportunity to train and educate other additional young women leaders is an extraordinary opportunity. And I thank you for your wise decisions, and I'm counting on them. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Keith Bennett. I live in Palo Alto for about a quarter of a century near Jordan Junior High School. But I'm here, and I have no affiliation with Castilleja whatsoever. I am here on behalf of Save Palo Alto's groundwater, and I would like to address some specific issues in the EIR related to hydrology. So most of us aren't very aware of the water that is under us here, of which we have a lot, although people are somewhat more aware of it now because of the recent city actions related to dewatering, restrictions for basement construction dewatering. This report says there's going to be no impact on groundwater. However, there is underground construction. Without knowing the details of the construction and the construction method, I think it's impossible to make any claims about how much groundwater you're going to take out. For a project of this size, it could be 50 to 100 million gallons. That is not insignificant on the scale of natural recharge of groundwater within Palo Alto. Secondly, we are not at all aware of what our groundwater does when it rains. It turns out that the aquifer and the soils under us take much more water than our storm drain systems, probably by about a factor of 3 to the bay. When you have underground construction in this aquifer, which is pretty fluid or pretty porous, this underground construction blocks these flows. It can be engineered so that they don't block the flows or they have minimal impacts on the flows, but unless you think about it, you can start building up a bunch of dams just like sticks in the creek. It doesn't make a big difference until the groundwater comes to the surface. When it comes to the surface, then everything becomes impervious. Another point is there's a complicated relationship between the shallow levels and the deeper levels of the aquifer, and there's increasing intent to use water in the deeper parts of the aquifer for municipal purposes, including in East Palo Alto. So one thing that should be looked at is to what extent a large impervious structure affects the deeper aquifer recharge. Those are the main points that I'd like to make. They can all be addressed, I believe, but only in the context of a detailed design for the underground construction, including the construction method. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Chai Wong, followed by Annie Yamashita, followed by Sarah Cody.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Chi Wong. I live on 1336 Emerson Street, across the street from Castilleja. And I'd just like to ask the Commissioners to consider the CUP permit in this whole process and what the original number was designed for. I'm concerned around this issue from the perspective of fairness and justice, and I'd like to have that reviewed in the report as well. Thank you.
Annie Yamashita.
Good evening. My name is Annie Yamashita, and I live across street from Castilleja, Bryant and Kellogg, and I'm a long-term resident of Palo Alto. Today, I've been here, and I hear a lot of things. Palo Alto, yes, I'm very proud of the school, no doubt. There's a lot of excellent things that the school are doing. Also, because Palo Alto is not just because the schools, is also because we are also in the middle of the Silicon Valley with this leading technology. Lately, I studied and learned a lot about Internet of Things. How much this technology will change our life. Artificial intelligence will be better than human. There were lots of scientists, engineers, as believe in this and doing their best every day with hard work. So I'm also I'm very excited with this new technology. It will change our life tremendously, such as the electric car and auto driving car. They were saying the car this year already started put in the market, but in the next 10 years, we will have very good self-driving car. I'm looking forward that I don't need to have a car on my own. I don't need to drive the car by myself. And I can save the garage, the parking space. And they were talking about they can save lots of parking area to become a park, to have a better natural for our lives. So, as you know, Apple's iPhone came to the market just 7 years ago, and it changed our life tremendously. So in another 10 years, how can you imagine what kind of life we're going to change? I very believe it will change largely. So in 5 years, do we really need to have a gigantic underground parking space? And why don't we utilize those money to strike even better education, not only for rich families' daughters, but for many intelligent women in the society, in Palo Alto, in society all over the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Cody.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Sarah Cody. I'm a lifetime resident of Palo Alto, and my father, in fact, one day sat in your seats. I live at the 300 block of Kellogg, and I've lived there since 2001. And I just want to make certain that this isn't a debate about whether Castilleja provides a fabulous education and has wonderful people. There's no doubt that it does. This is really about the impact on the neighborhood and health and safety. The issue that I want to bring to your attention that I'm most concerned about is around bicycle safety. And I think that there's an area that should be checked. I think that's under recreation, or at least an expansion of looking at traffic. Palo Alto is a model for the Safe Routes to School program. I work for the county, and we've actually given awards to the city for fabulous work in safe and active neighborhoods in the Safe Routes to School program. The Bryant Bike Boulevard is very, very, very important. It's the main bike corridor. Students who live in downtown Palo Alto transit on that bike corridor to reach Pali and Jordan. And my concern is that the underground parking garage, which will draw an additional 140 cars along the bike boulevard to enter there, will tangle with the students who are transiting to public school. I don't think that this has been sufficiently studied. There's also the issue of the impact on traffic for the high school, both Churchill and Embarcadero. It's a very congested area for cars and some bikes as well. And I think that this proposed expansion will make quite a mess. And my other concern, just to echo an earlier speaker, is really about fairness. And in my estimation, this is really a private interest, a private school that's trumping public interest and health and safety for the neighborhood. And I really hope that the city doesn't reward 10 years of violations of the CUP with an expansion. And I think that the fact is that perhaps Castilleja has outgrown its current site and maybe needs a satellite site. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Minnie Romanowski, followed by Lee Price.
Good evening. My name is Mindy Romanowski. I apologize for my handwriting. I am a local land use attorney, and I represent Castilleja School. I first of all want to express my gratitude to the members of the public here this evening and the neighbors who have been meeting with us, living with us all these years, for all the feedback we've received over the years and tonight. I really want to also express my respect for all of you who have respected this process and listened to the commissioners and staff to provide feedback regarding impact, which is really the goal here tonight, to ensure that we get an environmental document that is comprehensive, to ensure that it acts as a guidepost for this project if it is approved. Castilleja understands the integrity of this EIR process and takes it very, very seriously. We want an objective process. We want clear standards. We want clear methodology. And because of that, we really, really welcome this feedback, and we are here to make sure that it is included in the scope. The school, even though this is the beginning of the formal process, the school has been committed to hearing about impact long before this process has been initiated. For a number of years, as you've heard from the head of the school, Nancy, tonight, we have met with neighbors to hear their concerns. We have been in dialogue to elicit their feedback, and their feedback has really driven much of our proposal before all of you, and it will continue to drive it. Examples of this include impact reductions that the neighbors have requested, including the underground parking garage, noise-based uses to be attenuated, such as waste disposal, deliveries, noise from the pool. All of these things are things that we have incorporated to reduce impacts. I see my yellow light is on. I will just end with the fact that on our own volition, we have made a formal request to extend the comment period through April 15th to enable sufficient time to study the recent feedback we've heard tonight and in the last number of days, so that we can respond to this feedback, we can continue to incorporate changes, we can ensure that the scope, the methodology, and the content of the environmental information will be fully and comprehensively studied, so that we all can have an environmental impact report that we can feel good about when the decisions are ultimately made. Thank you so much for your time.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to address the committee. My name is Lee Price. I've lived in Palo Alto for close to 55 years on and off, 37 years in my present house at 1445 Bryant, which is kitty corner to Castilleja at Kellogg. I'd like to express very strong agreement with all of the speakers from Castilleja who have advocated for the school. I think Nancy has done a tremendous job in attracting students, educating students, involving them in nonprofit volunteer work, and so forth. But I do agree with some of the other speakers that the question is not the students, and the question is not Castilleja itself. The question that you are addressing is, should Castilleja be in its present location? As I understand it, CEQA is a required process that Palo Alto as a city has to undertake, and there are certain steps. But I do question whether that's sufficient, whether the EIR by itself is covering all the alternatives. I even believe that your consultant mentioned that one of the last steps in CEQA is the possible recommendation of alternatives that might avoid or remediate some of the problems that are uncovered in an environmental impact report. So my question is whether there isn't a better possibility here. Would it be possible to have the same school, the same students, the same teachers, the same volunteer activity, the same involvement with Palo Alto, but at a different location? I really think the scope of the CEQA report that you're looking at should have this addition, Is this the right location? I, in fact, would like to encourage an expansion of Castilleja to even more than 550 students. They have proposed going from 438 to 550 because there are an additional 100 students that they would really like to accept. Why not go to 650 or 750? But isn't there some property, some land within this general area of Silicon Valley, not necessarily within Palo Alto City, that would offer a much better opportunity, a greater acreage? I went to a private school myself, so I'm very familiar with the problem they're looking at, but my school had 50 to 100 acres, plenty of room for ball fields, for multiple buildings, expansion, no parking problems. We have a lot of issues that have been addressed by all of the neighbors, including myself, and I just question whether the scope of the CEQA shouldn't be increased to include the possibility of an alternative location. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Carrie Parkin, followed by Rob Steinberg.
Good evening, Commissioners. Our family owns 2 parcels on Churchill, which has been in our family since 1963. And I'm going to follow the last speaker, basically, with his comments. Well, first of all, I invite you all to go tour some private schools, some beautiful private schools in Menlo Park, St. Joseph's, maybe go over to Bellarmine, see some of these beautiful private schools. And I feel that Castilleja is now currently at 73 students per acre. I feel that they've outgrown the space. I think that if they want to go to 540, I think they should go up to 750 students. And I think they should look seriously at other proposals because I have a friend and her daughter was on the waiting list and they sat through the summer, you know, getting all their funds together, and she didn't get in. And she was very, very disappointed. And I think 20%, I think they say 20% of the girls there want to go up to that level of acceptance. I think they should go much higher. And I commend the school and the girls and the education. It sounds amazing. Why are we boxed in here on this small campus, 73 students per acre? So I would encourage the Board of Trustees, Nancy, and the school, not necessarily split the school, just think outside the box. Make it an amazing place. And I've actually been touring some schools up in the Santa Rosa area, private schools. They're amazing, and they have some acreage, and there's plenty of, Castilleja used to be a place where the girls had plenty of space and plenty of trees and places to play, and I feel like they're just being squished in there. So that's what I think should be done.
Is Rob Steinberg here?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Rob Steinberg. I'm an architect in the community, and I'm optimistic about our meeting tonight. I'm optimistic because I think everybody here is here because we love Palo Alto and we love our community that's developed around us. And I think that shared value is a good place and a good common thread to have as we move forward and explore these different ideas. I am here to encourage you to approve the focused EIR, the scope of it. And I say that for 2 reasons. One is I have been a neighbor. I live a few blocks from Castilleja for the last 35 years, and so I think I have a sensitivity to the impact of that. But more importantly, I'm the architect that has been working with Castilleja, and for almost 3 years, Castilleja has met monthly or every other month with representatives from the neighborhood to talk about these kinds of issues. And I've been part of that for the last 18 months. And during that period, we have methodically asked the neighbors, and we've identified all of the issues. And we've looked at all of the variations and ways of solving it that we could come up with. And they are exactly the same issues that we've heard tonight that were on the list from the EIR consultant: transportation and traffic, land use and planning, noise, the biology resources, the cultural resources, and the aesthetics. So I would encourage you to approve the scope. Let's move forward. We've talked about this. We've identified the issues. Let's move forward and get into the detail and see if we can't find a common ground to make this a win-win. Thank you.
Okay, that's the last card I have. If there are no other cards, I'm going to shift this discussion up to the commission level. What I'd like to do tonight is essentially have one round of comments. Our goal here is to provide some input specifically as it relates to the environmental impact study. And what I'd like to hear, if there is anything that you feel that staff needs to include in their review that hasn't been addressed tonight. I'll say for the sake of the audience that our staff has taken copious notes on all the items you have raised. If they pertain to the environmental impact, they will be included in an assessment and addressed. And our goal here tonight is to identify any areas that they may have overlooked. And I think that in large part, many of you have done that. And so I'm going to give commissioners a few minutes each to raise any other topics that you feel haven't been raised tonight. And I want to encourage commissioners to avoid a discussion tonight about the merits of this project or about the design or about even its environmental impacts because we haven't really gotten to that period of time yet. That is not tonight's objective, okay? So if you don't mind, Eric, would you lead us off and we'll just go down?
First, thanks to everyone for coming out. It's clearly an issue that raises a lot of passion. And I think, to me, this is an issue largely around the traffic and parking weighed against the value of having a world-class girls' school in our community. It's clear that Castilleja is special, but of all the issues that were raised tonight, and there are talk about hydrology, trees, et cetera, and I'll get to those in a moment, often when neighborhoods come here as en masse, it is around traffic and parking. So my first few comments in terms of what I want to see beefed up in the report going forward is around the TDM program. And in particular, my initial read of the TDM was that it was very light. And Amy, thank you for sending the additional link. So I was going through the TDM materials that were submitted in 2016. They're more substantial, but I would say that it needs to go even farther. So the beauty of Castilleja is they already have a historical record on what they've achieved through essentially requiring all staff to participate in TDM and strongly encouraging students to participate, and they've already achieved some pretty good results. The question is, how does this extend to the future? And often with TDM programs, there's some low-hanging fruit, and so you can get people that live nearby and in Los Altos, et cetera. You can run shuttles to concentrate areas. And when you look at the scatter map of where the students all live, there are going to be some areas that are going to be hard. And so at some point, the juice gets harder and harder to squeeze. And I think that the neighbors would want to have the confidence that someone has really gone through each pocket of students, and they do have a credible model of how each of them is going to get there and what incentives they have in place. And based on my read of the TDM program that I just looked through, a lot of that is being addressed, but that's the area that I would like to see dug into and really make the model transparent. How are these assumptions come up with, and specifically what pockets of students are being targeted. And as examples, what does the mode share look like by student pocket, meaning how many kilometers from school before you start dropping off in the efficacy of different modes? Is there a difference in terms of students by year? So when students get their own cars, for example, are they reluctant to give them up? So are juniors and seniors driving at a rate that parents dropping off, or they may be more willing to take alternative transportations before they have the right or feel they have the privilege to have their own car, for example. I agree with many of the participants tonight that the extent of the study should be probably broader. There are a number of schools that are causing traffic impacts, and looking at that in total, all the way down to Churchill, I think will be important to let the community know that we're taking this more comprehensively. A couple other comments. The design of the garage, I think, is critical. In the materials, the model that was used to discuss how much queuing would be at the garage entrance was based on the current drop-off. You use two different lanes to establish your baseline, one that had 2 lanes and one that had 1 lane. And it was mentioned that the 1 lane, which obviously has slower drop-offs, would be used as the baseline. I'm a little bit skeptical that the behavior of cars once they enter a garage is the same as the behavior of cars at grade level. So I think they were slower, and I think they'll take longer to get in and out. And so I would love to see if the consultants have any information on the behavior of cars in underground drop-off spots and whether or not the model is accurately representing what would happen. Because again, I think a lot of neighbors are concerned there's going to be a long queue of cars trying to get in and out of the garage. And so again, to go for that specific concern. And then finally, actually not quite finally, almost finally, penultimately, are there parking related issues? This is a neighborhood with RPP, I'm sorry, RPP is not yet established in this neighborhood yet. What? No. So then the parking related issues are going to have to be addressed. And so this is something where I would advise staff to look at the potential parking impact during the construction period in particular. If there's going to be, over the next, say, 6 years, spillover parking because the garage isn't yet built, you have disruption on campus, and there may be displacement of cars. Then finally, related to this is a more detailed description of what the construction period will look like. In particular, a number of people have brought up the Bryant safe routes to school, but any neighboring streets during the construction period, what level of disruption we would expect, and what the mitigations are for specifically in the construction period. So in terms of the EIR itself, these would be the major areas that I would like to see beefed up. In terms of areas that I trust staff and the experts hired by the city, but we heard over and over, and I just took some notes, there are comments like tearing down of hundreds of trees. I didn't see that in the report. I think it just needs, if there are people here who believe that, it needs to be highlighted, what claims by the community are correct, or to what extent, if they're off, they are off. Hydrology and water, it was referenced a number of times that previous project had necessitated huge amounts of pumping. Again, that should be referenced if that did happen, what the cause of it was. If it didn't happen, then why is this believed by the community, and what is different now? And the scope of construction. There have been comments like this complete rebuild of the entire campus. Why is this not being considered new construction? I think, again, being precise about what exactly is being reconstructed and how is that considered by the city when they construct an EIR. And those are my notes.
Okay, thank you. Victoria.
Hi, I also want to thank everybody for coming out. A lot of very passionate people here this evening. And I agree with most of the comments of Commissioner Rosenblum. Of page 13 of our presentation, the only issue that people didn't express concerns about were tribal cultural resources, so that's good. We don't have to worry about that. But in addition, I think people would like much more done about the trees, and I agree that there seems to be I've heard different opinions about how many trees are being removed, so anything we can do to clear that up for the public. And in general, I think making this I think will help, what? I know the lights. I think it will help Castilleja in their goal to really mitigate impacts and be a good neighbor, because that's what they seem to want to do, to make this the strongest, most complete, comprehensive report we can. That said, I think we want, people asked for mandatory findings of significance to be studied. I think population and housing, if I'm correct, that might fall under the number of students per acre that was referenced by a couple of speakers. Public services were asked to be considered, hydrology and water quality over and over again, and also recreation. And I think that falls into also into comments that the students were just too squished in at this location, which gets me to another request, and I think that the environmental impact, the environmental review is supposed to study, which is alternatives, and a couple speakers at least mentioned the alternative of creatively expanding the campus. So there should be some study of that, I think. Also, I guess bike safety would be studied under transportation and traffic. I think there could be an emphasis on that. And I do believe that the traffic study should be expanded. Many speakers spoke about the fact that the focus was too narrow, being focused just on peak times, and they didn't think that was representative of the traffic impacts that they were noticing. And then the real tricky one, I think, is construction impacts, and I don't know if the EIR specifically usually looks at construction impacts, but I think it's a very important thing, because that can be very overwhelming, and we've had lots of complaints and concern about construction impacts, especially really long on projects. And I think that Commissioner Rosenblum mentioned that a phased total rebuilding of the school. I actually didn't think that was what I read or heard, so maybe that could be clarified also for the public. So trees, transportation, traffic, parking, construction, hydrology, land use and planning. I heard people mention a sense of fairness, which I believe is the CUP itself, and that would be under land use and planning. And a little bit about noise. Specifically, I've heard a couple people mention the water polo games. I think that if that can be clarified, that there'll be less noise from that because the pool is being put underground, that would be helpful. And I appreciate a member of the public who really asked for a very detailed geological report on the impacts of putting so much underground in this one location. So I think that that's about it, and I think that would result in good information for everybody involved. Thanks.
Thanks to all the comments. We not only have residents here, we have resident experts. So folks like commenting on the geology and the water tables and so on is very, very helpful. I'm not going to repeat all of the fine comments that both my colleagues just made, because I actually agree with every single one of them. We might just have a discussion when we're done with our comments here of, which one of these you guys are all comfortable in rechecking or additionally checking, for example, the hydrology. If that makes sense to add, you might be giving us some feedback on that one. I guess one alternative that could be considered, but it may be precluded by financing and other considerations, is instead of having a 6-year construction plan, maybe do more all at once, which would be, tougher, but it would get more condensed. So that may be another alternative. But otherwise, I won't repeat. Very good.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for coming tonight. Guys, this is much better than Goldberg's or World News with David Muir or some other stuff, so just trust me. And then I hope that you're going to come again, and we have a next meeting in 2 weeks, and there will be more similar items, and so thank you very much for your engagement. But I also want to mention here, this is a significant date to me as well. Dan Chapman, I know that you're reading your text. I think this is, besides of this, that this is International Day of Women, I don't know if you realize, but it's been like 20 years since we did the renovation of Castilleja back then when John paid for it. So, congratulations. There's a couple of comments that I would like to add to this, what my colleagues mentioned. I mean, first of all, there is a 5-line timeline that's in the documents. I'd be wondering I'd like to see 10 years timeline included in these documents to understand the expansion, forecasted expansion of Castilleja. So that's number one. Number two is that in environmental, in EIR report, I'd like to see a split. I don't know if it's custom, and I'm addressing this to Dudek, if it's custom to split the significance of different findings on the project itself and operations. I think that they are lumped together today, and when I'm looking into some of the geology, for example, I'm finding landslides, which I'm not really sure if that's that relates to the construction of the campus, or if it's gonna, or if it relates to the operations, which I think that there should be no landslide for operations. This is just an example, but when you go through a number of the checkboxes, some of those, they don't make sense whatsoever. I can show you after the meeting, which I mean in detail, but pretty much there is a blend of those two, and pretty much it just hazes the understanding. Another item is that I also thought I would like to also add to the observations of some that were asking about including in the study some campus alternatives. But I will add some other comment that I think that pretty much CUP is a constraint itself on operations of a school. I believe that it limits its operations. As far as I know, a high school, and Castilleja is a pretty much example of, or many other private high schools. It's a thriving cultural community. And I think that pretty much that CUP, with the constraints of hourly operations, it just limits what this institution could be providing to the girls that are studying there. So not because of some other reasons that were mentioned, but I think that pretty much you may be limiting yourself by wanting to be in this location. I would encourage you to maybe expand the campus within the Palo Alto, because I think it's a great brand. You fit here naturally and very well. But I find that this is a constraint that if you look at your growth beyond the 5 years that's currently in the documents, you might find maybe beneficial to look at some other location somewhere in the neighborhood. And then also when I was looking into the alternatives, and then CEQA tells us specifically about the ranges of the alternatives that need to be studied. So besides of another eventual campus location, which may happen, which may not happen, alternatives that are currently in the plan, they pretty much within one range. They are not within the ranges as CEQA requires. They are within the range of accessing the campus currently from Embarcadero or some other turns from Embarcadero to the campus. There are some other routes that have not been studied on the drawings that are attached, and they should be looked into. Like, for example, access from Kellogg, using maybe partially Embarcadero with the turn to Emerson. Also, restoring maybe access from Melville that's being very much hidden within the campus plan, but that's another opportunity. So that may just give you a set of other ranges, how to disperse the traffic and how to get to the campus without using Embarcadero itself. This exhausts my time. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, commissioners. So there are a few, I'm not going to, I think it's almost impossible to add to the list. But I do think that there are a few things that we could benefit from. For example, as we evaluate the land use and planning impacts, I think that readers of this report will benefit from some level of analysis that provides context of how we operate other facilities like this one or other parcels like this one in the city. For example, I think nearly every single one of our schools, public and private, operate within an R1 district. There is no school zone. And so I think as we approach, for example, our land use and planning impacts, some relevant description of how schools operate within our land use framework would be helpful. I think also to some extent we could benefit from some information regarding, let's say, our larger schools in the area's growth patterns over the last 50 years. I'd be very interested to know how that growth has been accommodated, if it's been there. You know, for all the members in the audience, this is the first time, I think, in the 5.5 years I've been on this commission that we've had an initial study scoping session on an EIR. And the purpose really is so that we get this right, and that there aren't issues that we didn't evaluate. And we don't want to be in a position in 6 months' time where someone goes, well, you didn't look at this, or you didn't give us an opportunity to suggest that you look at this. In many ways, when we identify an impact here, there will be a process to identify how to mitigate that impact at a later date. And I think to further sort of our appreciation of the process, any amount of context that we can provide in these categories could help. And then the other thing I want to mention is with respect to transportation and traffic, and I think this is an impossible question to answer at this point, but I want to suggest that it bears some analysis, is how do we, when we consider new construction projects in this city, we often talk about 40-year, 50-year, 60-year lifespans of the projects that get built. And how do we evaluate the constraints that are placed on our streets and on our neighborhoods with respect to traffic in the framework of a very evolving relationship with the car? It's essentially what I'm referencing. It's not so much that kids won't be dropped off; they'll be dropped off. That won't change. They have to find their way from home to school. But the very nature of the way the residents commute on a daily basis could change dramatically over the next 10 years with this sort of advent of automated driving and this ongoing discussion that's happening in the marketplace with respect to car sharing. And I'd be surprised if anybody in this room hasn't had a conversation in the last year about, well, will I need 2 cars in my family in 5 years, or will we borrow a car 2 hours a day instead of using it 2 hours a day and parking it for 22? So I think there's got to be some discussion where we have a alternative analysis of, well, what does it look like in 5 years if every resident in the neighborhood has 1 less car? And theoretically, no car. There's a car that drives by and they just jump in. This isn't make-believe anymore. This stuff is currently being sort of designed in this area. So there's got to be. One speaker talked tonight about this idea of the parking garage and why are we building a parking garage? If in 10 years we won't really be parking cars. And this has been an ongoing discussion that we've had about the city's, I've had discussions with staff about the notion that we're going to build a parking garage on California Avenue that's going to be multiple stories tall, and then what happens in 10 years if cars don't stop moving and they never get parked? Anyway, so I'd be really interested in seeing and I don't know that that's possible, but I think it's worth at least a paragraph saying there is a lot of uncertainty here. And because of that level of uncertainty, it's really difficult for at least me as a commissioner to accept any statement that's just like, this is going to be terrible forever because cars are going to be all over the street. It's really hard to accept that premise because of so much uncertainty. Okay, so with that, I think we've done our objective here. A lot of people asked tonight for us to make a decision or to recommend something that's not happening tonight. Tonight, it's going back to staff. They will then continue their work on this, and it will return. And there will be more opportunities to learn about the impacts and have more discussions about many of the things involved here, including the CUP. And I really would welcome all of you to attend those meetings, and I really appreciate all of your feedback. Okay, so before we start the next session, we're going to take a 5-minute. Let me add one more comment. There are 2 commissioners that aren't present tonight, and there may be a few more comments. And what I would like to do is, if any of the commissioners who aren't here have important information for staff or other comments you want to make, I would encourage anybody to email Amy French. The period has been extended to receive comments, and I'd encourage all of you to do that if there are things you think still need to be considered in this impact study. Okay. With that, I close agenda item 2, and we'll break for 5 minutes and begin with agenda item 3 after the break. our commission meeting. There we go. And begin with agenda item 3, which is a quasi-judicial public hearing on 3877 El Camino Real. I have, if there's anybody that wishes to speak on this item, please make sure I have a card from you. May I say something? Yeah, just a second. Yeah, actually, go ahead if you have something to say before we start this item.
Sure, yes. I mean, because of my spouse, my wife had a source of income from EID Architects, I have to, by law, I have to recuse myself from this topic. So thank you very much for coming, and I have to leave the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, okay. This would be a good time for me to ask if there are any other commissioners who have to make any disclosures about this item.
So I did meet with members of the public on this item, and 2 of them, including, I was very happy to be able to have a conversation with the grandson of the original builder of the building and operator of Silvestri and Sons Iron Works. So that was very informative. Thanks.
Okay. Staff, would you kick it off?
Thank you, Chair. So Sheldon Singh is going to, as a contract planner for the city, and he will be making the presentation on the project.
Thank you and good evening. The PowerPoint presentation, the applicant is also here with their PowerPoint as well. So just a little bit about the project. It's located along El Camino Real. It's a 3/4 acre site. It does have an interesting L shape to it, or a boot shape to it. The existing site has a vacant restaurant building along El Camino Real, and then behind it is a surface parking lot that has access also along Kirtner Avenue. The proposal is to demolish the existing building, raise the existing parking lot and other improvements, and construct a new mixed-use building along El Camino Real and townhouses behind. Some site characteristics: the subject property includes 2 zoning districts. Along El Camino Real, it is the Service Commercial District, and then the back side of the property that also fronts Kirtner is the multifamily RM30 district. It is a flat piece of property, and surrounding the property is commercial along El Camino Real and also multifamily behind that does correspond with the existing zoning. Mainly, there are some low-intensity development along El Camino Real, a lot of surface parking lots, 1-, 2-story types of buildings built a while back. The project does request, and have a number of requests. The one before you this evening is a site design that is reviewed by this commission and the city council. You'll be making a recommendation to the city council. It does also include affordable housing on the site, 2 units. I'll mention that later, more in detail. So you have a density bonus concession, and that's allowed by law, by state law, also by local ordinance, and they are requesting additional square footage. There is architectural review, and that's reviewed by the Architectural Review Board and the City Council. The board will make a recommendation to the City Council in that case, as well as there's a design enhancement exception that's reviewed also by the board and the council. And it's for a deviation from the rear yard setback in the basement, the parking basement. And that's a deviation from the 10-foot setback to 6 feet. And I'll also go into more detail about that. So the City Council in the end will take the recommendations by the board and this commission and make the final decision. So for the site and design, these are just the key issues are, and these are just kind of summary of the findings that the commission would need to make. The construction operation is compatible with the surrounding, and that's why I kind of have some of these pictures here up from the project plans, but that's in the findings consideration of the project, not only in the construction, that's addressed in the project's conditions of approval, as well as the mitigation measure, and then also compatible with the operation of the site itself, being a commercial building with residential as well as residential behind it. And then ensure the desirability of the investment in adjacent areas. You have a lot now that's a vacant building for a long time. This new building will maybe revitalize the area, so that's something to consider. And ensure sound principles of environmental design are used. With the parking, for instance, being below ground, that does alleviate some of the design above grounds, more flexibility to provide some open space for the project. And then the project will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, and there are a number of comprehensive plan policies and goals that the project is consistent with, and those are in your packet. So it's just a summary of the site plan itself, and you can see on the left side of the slide is El Camino Real, and the upper part is Kirtner, and the property has that unique shape, the L shape. And you can see where there's the CS zoning designated, and then the RM30 behind it. The site is accessed from El Camino Real one way going down into the garage, and then you can come out or you can go in along Kirtner Avenue. So the idea is when you get out on Kirtner, you can make that left turn back onto El Camino Real at the signal there at Kirtner. The project does include a mixed-use building along El Camino Real that includes 2 levels of commercial, and then you have 6 residential flats there in that building. There's also, at the ground level, some open space components, some areas, the plaza areas for gathering, and then that links with the sidewalks, walkways over to the residential component, which includes 5 buildings. One of those buildings is a triplex, the others are duplexes, but they're all townhouses in nature, 2 stories. The basement plan, this just shows the parking is below, the trash is also, component is below. In this case here, you can see the deviation from a 10-foot setback to 6 feet is along the bottom of the slide, so that's the rear setback there. In doing so, what that does, it allows the site to now have the required backup distance for the drive aisles in that basement area. And again, that frees up space on top, on the surface, so without having to provide parking on the surface, everything's now provided, the parking is provided below. And all the setbacks on the top are at a minimum or greater in this instance. And below, you won't even really see the reduced setback. So it shows a little bit about the massing and the scale of the area. The top photo is taken from the El Camino Real perspective, and you can see that, yes, that building, the mixed-use building, is a larger building in comparison to the surrounding, but you have to consider that the building does include both commercial and residential. So trying to fit all that into that area, that's the type of building that you would get. In conversations actually this evening with the adjacent property owner, Starbucks, unfortunately couldn't hang out as long because of the previous item. He did mention to me that he was proud of the building. It's a very good design. It does allow for that site of Starbucks to have enough visibility. It's a lot better than what was there now. So I'm just kind of relating kind of what that gentleman said. And then you have the Kirtner Avenue side, and you can see where the project does provide sufficient setbacks there. It is consistent with some of the massing and height of those multifamily buildings. So just a close-up of the mixed-use building. The applicant will go into greater detail about some of the details of it, but it does include some composite wood. You can see the plate lines for the commercial are taller. That's ideal. That's what you want to see in a mixed-use building. And then at the top, you see the residential units there. And then behind it, you have some more residential units, which you can't really see at this point. And at the ground level, you can see where the project provides a clear entryway, as well as has those open space plaza areas to gather. The townhouses have similar themes in design, but they are different, and you can recognize that this is a residential unit versus a mixed-use unit. And then you can see some of the landscaping themes that they have there. It's important to talk about the affordable housing on the site. The Palo zoning code does require 15% of the amount of units to be provided as affordable housing. In some cases, there are whole numbers. Some cases, you have fractions. So they would provide the whole units on site and a payment of in lieu fee for any fractional number. In this case, the project requires 2.7 units, so they're providing 2 units on site. 1 unit's in the CS zoning district, the mixed-use building, and the other unit is in one of the the townhouses. And then the payment of the fee would be the balance, and that's a requirement there. Being consistent with state law and the zoning ordinance, there is a concession that they are allowed, and that is for additional square footage. And in this case, that amounts to 2,600 square feet, and that's consistent with what the code would allow. There are other incentives, such as parking, but the applicant's not requesting any parking relief for this project. In fact, they do have a surplus of parking. Just a little bit about the open space and connectivity. As I mentioned before, someone can come on the property from El Camino Real, walk through the plaza area, congregate there, and then they can walk through the balance of the property as well. And so there's that mingling and connectivity between the residential component and the mixed-use and commercial component. And then there's a couple of blow-ups there of the actual plaza areas. There's these grassy bound areas where people can gather, some outdoor seating, and then there's a good transition there between the mixed use and the residential solely component. As part of the project, the California Environmental Quality Act, you guys just had a great discussion about that previously. This project has a mitigated negative declaration. That document is out for circulation now and started on Monday, and it ends on March 27th. So there are some potential significant impacts to biological resources. There are mitigation measures in place to take care of those regarding nesting birds and potential roosting bats. And those are pretty common mitigation measures that you see on projects. So after review of the project and this document, the Commission would recommend adoption, providing comments necessary on that document. So just going forward with the next steps would be to complete the environmental document circulation period. The city would respond to any comments that we would receive on those. Then we have the ARB meeting, that's on April 6th, and they would recommend architectural review as well as recommended design enhancement exception. And then all that goes forward to the City Council. We don't have a date yet until after we get past the board, and they would decide on everything, the site design, architectural review, design enhancement, also adopt the mitigated negative declaration and the mitigation measures. So with that, the recommendation is to recommend the City Council adopt the mitigated negative declaration and approval of the site design application to allow the construction of a mixed-use project based upon the findings and the conditions of approval. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Let me ask staff a quick question. Are we allowing time for the applicant to speak?
15 minutes for the applicant.
Okay.
I should say up to 15 minutes.
All right, why don't we have the applicant speak at this time, and then the commissioners, if they have questions, can address them to staff.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes, should be. Well, while the presentation is being loaded, I can go ahead and address you. My name is Stu Welty, and in the interest of time, I know you've put in quite a long evening already. Appreciate your time for yet one more project this evening, and we're proud to bring it forward to you. We've worked for decades here in Palo Alto. Our office is in Palo Alto, and we focus as a firm on sustainable zero-energy buildings. Our office building, as a matter of fact, here in Palo Alto is the first zero-energy commercial building in Palo Alto, and we're passive certified, et cetera. So we have a lot of first zero-energy buildings through the Bay Area. So we try to bring those kind of qualities to all of the designs that our clients are willing to bring forward. On this particular site, we have a somewhat of a complex site in that it's in its orientation and its zoning, and we've worked very carefully for many years with planning staff on the project and on determining what is the best fit for a mixed-use project in this neighborhood on this site. With that in mind, we yeah, I was using the page up, okay. Page down. Thank you. So Oh, by the way, so I am going to try to just make a brief introduction, and then Mark Womack, an architect in our office, will provide more detail. And we also have our landscape architect and the owners here if you have questions, specific questions for any particular part of the project. We did a very long initial study sequence review, historical study. We did 2 historical studies with multiple consultants. And worked with the city's historical department to determine whether or not there was any historical significance on site, because that was a concern that we brought up from the beginning. And we went so far as to examine even the metal brackets and components and hinges and sort of some of the little bits of metalwork that were on site. And we have all of that cataloged and numbered, et cetera. And it was determined through that exhaustive study that none of it had historical significance, despite the fact that the De Silva family had lived on the site and worked on that site many, many years ago. But all of that had changed, and there's nothing left of significance from their heritage. So with that, we moved forward with the idea to eliminate that blighted building and the essentially 100% paved parking lot that's there now. And what we would like to provide is underground parking because the city is, very clear that despite the fact that we're in this transition time and we really want to create pedestrian-friendly, walkable, cycling neighborhoods and connectivity through the city, which we really try hard to do and foster, we also, unfortunately, are caught in this time frame, generation, where we also have to provide adequate space for vehicles. And so we do. We provide both. Additionally, we work hard to find that mix. We work on a lot of projects strongly with staff and with the clients to develop the right proportion of commercial and residential use for the site, because that is what makes a site vital. That's what that brings vitality and life to a site, where people can have the opportunity to provide some of their life daily services very close to where they live. In addition, we would like to the commercial aspect and the residential aspect on Kerner, but especially the commercial aspect on El Camino, to revitalize the El Camino a lot at a time. We are providing a building that welcomes folks into the site, brings you into a courtyard area, and allows for areas to mingle and to interact, to have a quick cup of coffee, or to actually sit down and do some work on a laptop. There's places to meet the different types of interfaces there between the public and private to allow those interactions to occur in multiple levels. On an affordable standpoint, we're trying to keep the units smallish, and in order to keep them affordably priced, even if they're not technically affordable units. And then, in addition to that, provide the actual affordable units to the low-income demographic. And in doing so, provide that in a way that allows variety there as well, and equal use of the site. So we have each different type of unit is also offered as an affordable unit. By allowing some of it to actually be built on site and some of it to be provided as an in-lieu fee, then allows the city to take those funds, congregate them with other funds, and use those to provide affordable housing in other areas of the city that they feel is important for even the very low income, which often comes with other services as well. The terms of materials and sustainability, green design, we will be well above the green point rating system. We always are. Everything we've done in Palo Alto, in fact, everything we always do. By the way, we won because of that effort that we put into sourcing those materials locally and using a good combination of weather resistant, fire resistant, low maintenance, low water use type of products. We actually won the Governor's Award a few years ago for a project that we did, so for sustainability, and that was a highlight sort of a highlight in our career. We have won several awards, but that was the biggest one, and it was for just doing those little things. All those little things add up to create a project that really is truly sustainable. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn over to Mark in our office, who can provide a little bit more detail about the actual interface between the components of the design. Thank you.
Good evening. I would like to also make a brief presentation, brief presentation here. I'd like to use this time to sort of fill in the gaps in between what you see on the paper to try and give you perhaps a clear picture of what we're trying to do and where we've been. As Stuart had talked about, the existing building, Compadre's Restaurant, it closed down in 2008. The site has been vacant since then. The building itself is at the end of its economic life cycle. It's been subjected to a number of renovations over time and is really just not a viable structure anymore. And thus we decided that there really was no way to incorporate it into an overall redesign into the property. The overall neighborhood itself, you can see again here the site in green, is multifamily. I think it's important to clarify that because we have had some issues in the past with acceptance of the density of this neighborhood. It's really kind of an unusual pocket of multifamily in a corner of Palo Alto that really has largely just single-family homes in it. The site itself is a very challenging site. In addition to the somewhat unusual configuration, the really narrow frontage along Kirtner, which has to be our primary circulation point of ingress and egress, at only 60 feet wide, that really presents a limited range of options in terms of our ability to design solutions that will allow us to access the site for both automobiles and pedestrians and to build a viable and desirable community. The neighborhood itself is a neighborhood in transition. Immediately adjacent to our site on a vacant property, there is now a 6-unit townhome project, a full 3 stories that is built to the front yard setback and at the maximum height limit. Significantly more massive in bulk than what we're presenting in our plan. Immediately across the street is a project that was developed a few years ago that included 6 total units of townhomes grouped into 2 buildings at 2 stories. The site itself, as Sheldon was saying, is really scaled well to fit within the immediate neighborhood, not really overbearing any of the properties. The comment having been made about it being more intensely developed than the rest of El Camino Real is true, but this is a corner of El Camino that has largely been forgotten in time. There are a lot of buildings like the Quick Lube next door, which is in a repurposed post-World War II Quonset hut. And there's a lot of surface parking, which is not really the norm, if you will, for El Camino Real within the city, and probably not long for existence as demand pushes these properties into higher and better uses. I want to take a brief period of time to just quickly go over where we've been on this because an awful lot of effort has been put into this project, starting back in 2013, working with both DRC and ARB, multiple hearings from both of those groups, to reach a point where we're proposing what I think is a really high-quality design solution for an incredibly challenging property. The original configuration of the building had a 2-story commercial building in the front with a 2-lane access for the garage down below, both inbound and outbound traffic. The site included also 2 lanes inbound and outbound on Kirtner, and the idea was that the commercial parking would be more or less segregated from the residential parking. And that the property would then transition into 2 multi-family townhome buildings configured in the back part of the property. We went through several design revisions in consultation with staff to make changes to the project. The first change was the elimination of the driveway from El Camino Real. There was initially quite a bit of feedback about that not necessarily working well with the way El Camino Real was supposed to function. The building, the site plan itself began a process of evolution where we shifted first away from a simply commercial building to the mixed-use project with flats in the front, and then an evolution of the units in back, breaking down into smaller and smaller masses as we address concerns raised by different stakeholders within the city. We ultimately came forward with a design that presented the mixed-use building in the front with a courtyard oriented on the north side of the property, and a two-story townhome configuration, if you will, on top of a podium deck that was raised half a level above grade. At that time, the setback on Kirtner was 20 feet. The courtyard was, as you can see here, was located on the what is actually the southwest corner of El Camino Real. And we had, at that point, 10 flats, or 8 flats and 10 townhomes. This section, which shows the elevation near Kirtner, shows the townhomes on a podium level, that's that strong dashed line, raised half the level above grade. We moved forward from that point in time with further comments from staff to reintroduce the driveway on El Camino Real. This was thought to be necessary to really adequately address traffic needs to get in and out of this property. We arrived at a solution where only traffic that would be inbound would use this driveway. All traffic leaving the site would exit on Kirtner, where they had the advantage of a signal intersection at Kirtner and El Camino Real to be able to get back into the flow of traffic on El Camino Real. The current site that you're looking at evolved further to include a 65-foot setback on Kirtner. Now, this is in a neighborhood where almost everybody is at 20 feet. So this represents a significantly greater setback on Kirtner than exists on any of the other properties. The orientation of the mixed-use building was reversed to accommodate the driveway access and align the public area on the southeast corner. This also was done to address some of the concerns raised by the owner of Starbucks, who wanted to make sure that our building didn't block or hide his establishment from view from people moving up and down El Camino Real, specifically from traffic coming down from the city center. We arrived at a solution that incorporated 6 flats and 11 townhomes. We have I'm going to move quickly here to talk about how the public spaces create generous open space. Here we're transitioning from Kirtner into the common spaces on that area. On the, I'll just pass by that. On the El Camino Real, we're using landscape elements to soften the impact of the driveway aisle in. We immediately, having done that transition into the public common open spaces of the project behind that, landscaping elements are used to make this a really attractive and viable space for the residents to use. The open space weaves its way through the project, creating vistas that control your views and create intimate and human-scaled areas of the project. And we finish the public open space areas with design elements of both landscaping and hardscape to create that attractive environment. I see my time is up, so I'll stop now.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to invite the speakers to approach and speak on this item. I would like to limit time to 3 minutes a speaker. So can Julian Sylvester please come up?
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Julian Silvestri. I'm the grandson of Gonzalo Silvestri, who built the building known as Compadres, but it's also Silvestri Ironworks. I think there's some misconception that the building has taken on. There's been a lot of modifications, and it's not the same structure as it was when my grandfather built it in the 30s, but that's simply not true. I grew up in that building, and I can tell you that the building is virtually the same on the inside and the outside. There were some metal parts added, some brackets. I guess the person that bought it, that wanted to turn it into a restaurant, had asked my grandfather to make some added brackets for, you know, to make it look a little bit better. But the floor, the adobe building itself, and all the everything else in there is virtually the same. There's also a mural on one of the walls that was painted by, I'm not sure what the name of the artist is, but my grandfather worked with countless architects and famous people back in the day. And I don't know who painted it, but I know that it's covered by paint in there, so that might be something that could be looked into. I just asked the council that they take another look at this property and its historic value to the city of Palo Alto and its significance to the history. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, our next speaker will be Winter Dellenbach.
My name is Winter Dellenbach. Hi, I live in Barron Park. This needs to go to the Historic Review Board. You put all of those up, the Architectural Review Board, City Council and all that. There is an extremely inadequate 4-page letter from an architect saying that this is not a historic resource. I have been involved with saving the Varsity Theater, which was slated for demolition, and I tried very hard to save the Park Theater in Menlo Park from demolition, lost that one partially with the Varsity Theater, lost the film use, but it could return to that. I know something about reports for establishing historic resources. They're usually 100-page, 200 pages long. This is 4 pages long. The criteria, the city criteria was set out, and then pretty much everything about the compadres, the ironworks, were then ignored. Silvestri's iron work is seen in the downtown commercial district in the signature works that makes the downtown historic district what it is in the Spanish Revival buildings down there. It's all over the place, and of course is in Menlo Park in the Allied Arts buildings, because the very famous artist and architect Pedro de Lemos came to Silvestri and had commissioned all of that work. And if you don't know who Pedro de Lemos is, he lived and died in Palo Alto. He was himself extremely famous, and you should Google him. And his longtime association with Silvestri's is part of the reason that this building is significant. It is also, it's not even mentioned in this report, this inadequate report, that there are actual adobe walls there. These are probably the only adobe walls left in Palo Alto. We lost the one at Brione's house, of course. It doesn't even mention this, which is probably a very good indication of how inadequate this report is. There's also board and bat construction. It doesn't mention that. It's very rare to have that surviving in Palo Alto at this point. We have heard from the grandson that most of the building actually is intact. The mural, by the way, his grandmother would talk of his association with Diego Rivera, which is, I know, seems wild, but Diego Rivera was in the Bay Area, of course, and the style of the mural sounds like something that Rivera may have. This needs to go to the Architectural Review Board. CEQA demands it. This is not discretionary under CEQA. The Architectural Review Board must establish if this building is a historic resource or not, and if this historic evaluation, this little 4-page thing is valid or not. And I want to say one last thing is that I live in Barron Park, and in South Palo Alto we don't have that much historic buildings because of the way our city evolved. Most of it's in North Palo Alto, not all. And in Barron Park, this is on El Camino, the King's Highway. This is very likely a historic resource, and we do not take lightly in Barron Park and in the Ventura neighborhood that this city is going to take shortcuts and not going to go to the Historic Resources Board and take one of our few historic buildings and just going to demolish it. We are offended, and we want this to go to the Historic Resources Board.
Okay, our next speaker is Bob Moss.
Thank you, Chairman Alchuk and commissioners. I agree that the building has historic validity. Whether it's historic enough to be preserved or not, I'm not going to try to guess. I think the Historic Resource Board should make that a decision. So that's one of the issues I think has to be handled appropriately, not just dismissed. Now, as far as the proposed design is concerned, I think it needs some modifications. It's better than some of the things I've seen proposed for this site before, but I'd like to see at least a 2 or 3 foot deeper setback along El Camino and more landscaping along there. We're trying to improve the appearance of El Camino, and one of the things that we're looking for is improved landscaping. And I think the landscaping that's proposed for the site in general is inadequate. Second, if the building is moved back, then the FAR should be reduced proportionately. Don't just preserve it. We're trying to get the site to look good and the building to be appropriately sized, and losing a few dozen square feet of FAR in order to set back far enough from El Camino isn't a big impact or a significant problem for the developer. It shouldn't be. I think the open space on the site also should be improved. It should be larger. What they've got doesn't look like it's going to be enough, so people are actually going to want to use it. And finally, I think that it's important the ground floor retail be retail, not offices. And if possible, I would like to see something imposed on the development approval that severely fines anybody who violates the retail use of the ground floor and allows it to be used for offices. We've had too much of that along El Camino already in sites which are supposed to be retail only. And when I ask the staff what's going on, they say, well, we're looking into it. Well, they've been looking into it for months and nothing has happened. So let's stop it from happening to begin with.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Dorothy Bender.
Hello, my name is Dorothy Bender, and when I step outside of my house, I can see compadres. I've lived in my house for 40 years. I had my retirement party at Compadres a few months before it closed. I am so hoping that we have a community, as Bob said, something for our community on El Camino Real. On December 19th, 2013, I spoke before the ARB where this item was first proposed, and I mentioned a couple of the comp plan points that I hope will be taken into consideration. Program L33 of the comp plan discusses South El Camino. It suggests some design interventions to give a more coherent image to this street. Note that to the left side of this compadres is 9 Minute Oil. So it's not a beautiful place. I know Starbucks is there, but too bad that 9 Minute Oil is there. 2-story structures with retail-oriented street frontage and rear parking should be encouraged. Improvements should be focused on retail nodes. Council acknowledged that retail services play a vital role in the livability of Palo Alto. Diverse retail services spread throughout the city are an essential element in providing residents with shopping convenience. On March 16, 2014, I met with the Silvestri family. Many of them were there, including Julian, and we discussed the Compadre site. The family believes the structure is built of adobe with dirt from the Stanford Hills. The structure originally housed a blacksmith shop and display room. The main rooms are modified but still reflect their original form. The raised area in front of the shop was for customers to admire the offerings even when the shop was closed. The wall over the brick reportedly once displayed a fresco by Rublio, which has been painted over. An announcement in the San Jose Evening News on Wednesday, November 20th, 1940, describes an exhibit of frescoes by the Mexican artist Arnaldo Rubio to be held at 3877 El Camino for national artwork. Finally, I'm curious that this item has come before the Planning Commission before the ARB. The ARB had many, many instructions on the design, and somehow something has been skipped. I don't understand it, but I see that April 6th, 2017, there will be an ARB meeting. We're talking about an underground garage, and I'm concerned about water tables, and perhaps we should have a geological study of the impacts of building that underground garage. I know we're very close to the flood zone in that part of Barron Park. My house is not in the flood zone, but 4 houses away is the flood zone, and then 4 houses, and then we get to El Camino, and then we get to Compadres. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Greg Gatwood.
Good evening. I was wondering if it's possible to bring up a site plan of this proposed structure. I'm here because, well, for selfish reasons, I live at 399 Kirtner, which is a single family residence right next to a Compadres, and the parking lot comes on 2 sides of our house, and I just really didn't see any mention of our structure. Kind of got lumped into the multifamily units and apartments. The 3-story high, 6-unit structure at 405 Kirtner, which is in the process of being built now, was mentioned as a 3-story structure, and our house is between that and this proposed building. Gabriel Court, almost across the street from us, across the street from this structure, is mentioned. And I'm not sure if the description of this neighborhood or this street as one in transition is accurate, because 405 Kirtner, I think, is the first building. I take that back. Gabriel Court, I think, is the first new building in that street in I don't know how many years. 405 was the second one, and so I don't see a lot of transition. Maybe I'm misinterpreting this. And I'm also wondering how we're going to be impacted by the traffic. I notice there's an in and out access through the Kirtner basement. And I'm just kind of wondering what's going to happen to Kirtner. Already the traffic backs up a little bit exiting on El Camino from Kirtner, and with 62 more parking spaces that have to exit on Kirtner, where are they all going to go, especially if they're leaving at the same time? The entrance going into the parking lot downstairs part from El Camino looks like it will be backing up 1 lane of El Camino, because it is such a sharp turn. I think you would have to almost come to a complete stop before turning right into this parking lot area. I'm just wondering have traffic reports been done? Am I questioning this at the right time? Should I come back on April 6th and ask about it? But I think maybe now's the time to ask these questions. Retail or office, I hope that's addressed to Will. Just for the record, 9 Minute Oil and Lube is not a Quonset hut. It is a metal building that looks similar to a Quonset hut, but maybe the ARB will. I did not know it was a historic building. This building that your grandfather built. Very nice. I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Judy Kittleson.
Hi, good evening, Council, Commissioners. Thank you. I live together with Greg in the single-family house that is going to be wrapped around by this new project. And I support going to the Historic Resources Committee and looking into compadres. We've been in the building, and it's a beautiful building, so I just want to underscore that. My two big concerns are the exiting traffic on Kirtner. Right now, Kirtner is becoming much more high density than it was when we first moved there, and the street is so narrow, as has been indicated, but leaving Kirtner, going to El Camino, waiting for the stoplight that's very slow, I'm not sure if that's changeable. The cars are backed up beyond our driveway trying to get out of El Camino. So if you have cars exiting from a commercial project, 60-some cars, or, all exiting on Kirtner, that is just unreasonable that they could possibly even take a left at that juncture. The other thing that I want to point out, and I don't know if this has any bearing, but there's a beautiful fan palm in the southeast corner of the property, and I just want to regard that. I feel that this project is really overbuilt for, even with the considerations that I appreciate that they've made. It is just, with the commercial coming out of Kirtner and with the number of units in there, it's just a little too high density for the location. And I hope as well that they consider backing up the retail and giving El Camino a little more frontage. When we walk, which is pretty much every day, in front of the 9 Minute Oil and Lube, invariably someone is exiting Starbucks and almost hits us. So the exit of the Starbucks drive-through and the entrance into this new project just looks like it's going to have an accident every 5 seconds going in there, and it is, as Greg said, a very sharp turn. Thank you.
Okay, that was our last speaker. Oh, right. The applicant has, 5 minutes?
Thank you very much. It has been a long process. It's been many years, as was mentioned. There have been exhaustive historical studies done, and we have worked with the city's historical department and historical manager, Matthew, on staff. We've worked with several different historical consultants, and everyone has determined that there is no historical mural, there's no historical actual adobe in this building. So there is a difference of opinion there, but the people who are the historical consultants who do this for a living say that the building is not historical, and we believe them. Because from our experience as architects, we have been around a lot of adobe structures as well, and this is not adobe. It's concretious, cementitious materials. The setbacks that we are required to have along El Camino Real are complex. There's a certain proportion of the building that is required by the El Camino design guidelines to be within a certain proximity of the street, and then other portions which are preferred to be set back, and we are meeting those guidelines. We have set the building back even further, and we've actually begged staff to allow us to do so. So we have set the building back further than what normally is allowed. Along Kirtner, we've set the building back vastly more than anybody on the street. And that is very evident in this site plan here. The little building that they're speaking of, the little single-family home, is actually more forward and closer to the street than our building. So we have really created a much larger interface there between the street and the entrance to our building, partly to foster this idea of cycling, walking, meeting each other at the mailbox, all those kind of things. Little seats are there. The bicycle storage is made so that when you get to your front door, you have a bicycle storage closet right at your door. So it makes it very easy to cycle, et cetera. Mark, did you have any other items to add to that? But we have been very careful. We have been working very hard to address ARB. Oh, we have been to ARB twice, as a matter of fact. We've been to ARB twice, and and part of the progress and through the ARB comments was that originally, as we mentioned, we had a building with an entrance on El Camino. And then ARB suggested maybe that wasn't the best thing, so we took it off. And then we came back with that, and then ARB said, well, we need an entrance at El Camino. So we put the entrance back on. And so we've been trying to keep up with what's right and what's wrong, and instill our experience and our design ability into the project. I think the key is that this part of El Camino really wants to be revitalized. It really could be a wonderful part of the city, and it has begun a bit, but it has been lacking attention for many decades, and that is evident in the inability to really come up with a clear description, for instance, of the buildings on this street. Most of the building facades along the street have been kit bashed basically through decades, and they're almost undescribable, except to say that they incorporate elements of sort of, the will of the person who happened to be building it at the time, and whatever addition they wanted to add on to it that day. So that's sort of what this portion of El Camino is. So to foster, El Camino Real is complex. It wants to be a business thoroughfare. It also wants to be a retail corridor. We have, and it wants to foster somehow, we want to bring back that walkability, pedestrian ability to meet each other, to congregate, to have multiple sizes of congregation spaces and meeting spaces, lounging, business, et cetera. And that's what we're providing. And this would be a way to do that. The ground floor is retail, and the upper floor is commercial as well. And then the units are tucked at the very top and then behind. And so, and then we transition that public community space, the El Camino thoroughfare walkable corridor, with the commercial open space, which then transitions to one of the private congregation open spaces, and then transitions to the site from there. So we have this transitional architectural space that we're creating. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I know it's late, but bear with us. I really appreciate the comments that were provided. I know that some of you have been here for a very long time tonight. And what I would like to do is give our commissioners an opportunity to ask staff questions and make comments on what's before us. So I think at this time I need to close the public hearing, excuse me. And why don't you kick us off? Oh, you want me to go first? Okay, I can kick us off. I have a few questions for you. Let's talk about process real quick. And maybe Deputy Attorney Albert Yang can answer this, or Assistant Director Jonathan Lee. Should we be having a discussion tonight about historical significance of this site? Is that process going to happen at a subsequent sort of review, or is it within our site and design review?
Yeah, I would say that you can certainly have that dialogue about the historic preservation, that you're making a recommendation on a project that is a discretionary application. We've done some environmental analysis. Part of that environmental analysis is the historic conclusions that we've made, and we can talk about that. So yeah, I'd say that's within your realm to consider that. I will also note that it'll go to the Architectural Review Board, and they'll also have that opportunity. It'll also go to the City Council, and they'll also have that opportunity.
I guess my question is, outside of your recommendation on the historical significance, on what sort of expertise are we supposed to evaluate this? I mean, we don't typically get involved in those sorts of determinations, and aside from your conclusion, how do we address some of these comments?
So thank you for that. And I think if the commission believed that there was some kind of flaw in the analysis, understanding you don't have the specific expertise in that, but I mean you're familiar with data analysis, collection, report writing, and the conclusions. I mean, we can talk about how we got to our conclusion, and if you thought that was a faulty process, we can, that's probably warrants a discussion. And so I'll turn that over to Catherine in just a moment, but I will say that the applicant, I think, initially prepared a historic analysis for the project site. It is one that was peer-reviewed by our historian, our staff historian. I think there were several iterations of that review. I don't know that we got to a place where we thought that was conclusive or not. I don't remember because it was a while back, but I do know that DUDEC, our environmental consultant, had done its own peer review. So we had a report that was prepared by the applicant, peer-reviewed by our staff, and then also reviewed by DUDEC, and the conclusions on that review were such that this particular property was not of any historic significance. And I'll note that, because it came up in the public testimony about the HRB, the HRB really does not have a role in the processing of this application. A site and design application such as this, the process is to come to the Planning and Transportation Commission first with conceptual plans, and if the PTC thinks that the project is heading in the right direction, you make a recommendation and forward that on to council. But along the way, the project would go to the Architectural Review Board, and they would look at the things that they focus in on, and then it would go to the City Council. HRB gets involved when there are buildings of I forget the exact terminology, like his significant building, and a significant building is a defined term in the code, and it speaks to certain properties downtown or elsewhere in the city that are Category 1 or Category 2 buildings. So these are really significant buildings. This particular building did not rise to that level, certainly, and we're saying it fell short of even consideration of significance, that it does not have any historic significance. So if you want, we can dig more deeply into that, but that's sort of the process that we went through.
I think that's probably sufficient for me. If other commissioners have questions about it, I just have one more sort of question about this area, which is this the typical process? If someone was going to apply for a project on a specific site that had a building this old, would they typically submit their own sort of peer review, document? And is this essentially how we process all such?
It's how we, so yes and no. Yeah.
There had to be a determination that it's not significant, and I'm just trying to understand if it went through your typical process of making that determination.
It did, and I will note that there, like many things over the last couple of years, our department has been trying to make some improvements to our process, the application of our code, because we've heard some of the criticisms from the community and from the council about how business has been conducted. So since this application's been filed today, if this application came in, we would not accept an applicant prepared historic report, we would consult with our consultants and we would prepare that report. There's pros and cons for doing that, but we're basically preparing all of the technical reports now. That said,
I just wanted to make one clarification.
sure, thank you.
Again, Catherine Wagen with Dudek. We actually did, Dudek's architectural historian prepared a brand new report for this project because the applicant's submittal was not adequate, didn't go into the level of detail and the background research that's necessary to adequately evaluate whether a building is eligible for listing on the California Register, the National Register, or subject to the city's standards. So we do have a 50-page report that goes in some detail through all of those findings, and it's an appendix to the initial study.
Okay, and the conclusion, though, is?
Not a significant research.
Not a significant research. Okay, I'm satisfied with that. I will allow my commissioners to ask you other questions about it. I have, before we jump to whoever would like to speak next, can you just tell me the timeline here? Because I want to understand when this project first came to the city.
So Sheldon can probably get some of the more precise dates. I recall the application coming in 2014. Okay, and there was a prelim before the Architectural Review Board, I understand now, in 2013. So it's been going through a process, and I think there's probably been a number of reasons for various, delays and iterations. Some perhaps on behalf of the city, some perhaps on just waiting for revised plans to come in, and on the applicant side. I don't have a full chronology of the events, though.
Okay, no, I'm just trying to get a sense for whether there's a sense that anything here was not given adequate time for review. And it sounds like there's been an exceptionally long amount of review. I was just trying to assess whether or not any part of this was rushed. Okay. Those are all my questions. I want to give you guys an opportunity to make questions and comments. So go ahead.
So I have to say that I was kind of aware of this project several years ago. I was at the prelim meeting, and our staff report says that was the only meeting that this had so far. Am I to understand it actually had official ARB review another time, and that was just an error?
I believe there was another subsequent meeting, a formal ARB meeting.
Okay, so could you get the date on that? I would have been interested in also consulting that. I went back and watched the original prelim, and like I said, I think I was at that prelim for one reason or another, and I remember reading the initial historic review and finding it very lacking. So I read this one, which is from Archives and Architecture, but is this the original one? I think this might be a second one.
That would be the first one. The one that's associated with DUDEC is a part of the appendices of the environmental document that's being circulated now. So.
And did we have access to that in our packet? Because.
So I did just check the website. It looks like some of the links aren't updated with the most current. So we could fix that for sure during the circulation period that we have.
Okay, but I'm concerned about the materials that I had for review for this meeting then. And based on, so I want to preface this with saying that I understand very much that this has been kicking around for a while and it's a very difficult site. But based on this architectural review, I spent a lot of time researching the building and going and looking at it. And I consulted a well-known architect who, at least part of that building is adobe. The reason I believe this building was passed over for architectural significance was because at the time of the Dames and Moore study, it was not quite yet 50 years old, so no building under 50 years old would have been considered at that time. It's now 78 years old. It is probably, from my research, which I wish I had had the DUDEC document over the weekend because I spent a lot of time on this. Because the more I looked into it, the more I was remarkably moved by its historic significance. This is a building, this is a type of use that was once very common in this area and is iconic, actually, to one of the most important architectures in the area, which is Spanish Revival. I mean, you look out at the Ramona Historic District, and Mr. Silvestre's work is all over it. Pedro de Lemos chose him to do all the work at Allied Arts. His work is all over. He worked at Stanford Hospital. He worked with Burge Clark. He worked with Stedman. It is at least partially an original adobe building. Like I said, it's such an old, this part of Palo Alto was annexed so late into the city that this was likely to be the first structure on this site. The picture in the photograph from the Palo Alto Historical Society, which is the only photograph they have, shows the original wall sign that was painted on the exterior building, which is still there, which is a large red arrow that says Ironworks. I mean, in terms of historic significance, I don't think it gets much more important than that. And if this is truly, obviously I'm not an expert, but I'm here on this, you're entrusting me to look at these things, and I think this could be a terrible mistake. And I'm sorry that it hasn't been caught earlier in the process, but for the applicant, but I think we need to have HRB review of this, and I think we need to have more public discussion about this so that more people can be made aware of this and involved. I can't emphasize the potential importance of this building strongly enough, and it is in its original state, I believe, as far as the exterior of the building. I have no idea what's in the inside because this report only spends almost less than one page on the actual building. It goes into a lot of general history and background about the area. So I would, I don't know if all my colleagues share the interest in historic structures that I do personally, but I think we all have a responsibility to maintain them as a very important resource for everyone in Palo Alto. So I would recommend that we reconsider the historic status of this building at this time. And I have other comments, but I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, here's what I'm going to suggest we do. I'm not comfortable with relying on I'm not comfortable relying on the assertion that you're making, simply because I feel like we have to trust the process by which our city follows, and I can certainly appreciate that the 50-page report that our staff mentioned tonight, you didn't get a chance to review, but I don't want us to ignore its existence. And so I appreciate that you feel that this other study, which is the first one, is sort of inadequate, but there is a second, far more in-depth study, and while we don't have it, or while you may have not had an opportunity to review it, I don't want to ignore its conclusion. What I would like to suggest we do is perform a site and design review on this item, and at the conclusion of that review, we can entertain a discussion about making a recommendation that the City Council review the historical significance of this site again. But the notion that we would essentially dispute the experts in the room on their conclusion on an area that we typically don't have any sort of expertise and oversight I'm uncomfortable with that. So what I would like to do is review this project as if this building was not significant, as concluded by our experts. And at the conclusion of that review, and sort of looking at the findings that we need to make, let's entertain it. We can entertain a discussion, and we can see if other commissioners sort of share your concern that maybe some secondary analysis needs to take place. But, and I'll ask for one point of clarification, which is, let's assume for a minute that it's my impression that we can't direct this application to the HRB. But that may not be accurate. But, and I don't know on what grounds we would, because I don't know that we can, right, but no, it doesn't go to the HRB. It only goes to the HRB if it has a specific legal designation. And at this time, it doesn't have that designation. And so there is at no point in this process would it go to the HRB. My question is can a planning commission drive this to the, can we make that designation and push it to the HRB? That's one question. And the second question is, in an effort to avoid that very unique scenario, could we entertain a discussion after we review this from a site and design perspective that would recommend that council consider whether or not to have the HRB review it?
Okay, yes. So you definitely could do the latter. You could make a recommendation to the city council saying that you would like, them to pay particular attention to the historic analysis, that you have some concerns about the findings and the conclusions, and even make a recommendation that they send it to the HRB. I believe that they might have that authority if they felt that was necessary. I don't believe that the Planning Commission has the authority to direct this project to the HRB. It's not set forth in the code. And okay. So I think that answers your question.
Yeah, that does answer my question. And I'm comfortable with that, and I think we should be comfortable with that. My hope tonight is that we can do a site and design review of this project, and on the assumption that it doesn't have any historical significance, and give City Council the opportunity to have that review recommendation with them, so that if they choose to if they make the same determination that the experts have made and decide not to sort of give this site any historical significance worthy of reconsideration, then they at least can move on with our recommendation. So what I'm essentially trying to do is move this project along with the review that I think we are capable of providing, and we can make that recommendation at the end if there's a majority in favor of it that would ask council to consider the historical significance.
Right. Can I just offer one other?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I think a dialogue, even though you may not be experts on historic preservation, I don't think that prevents you from having a conversation or a dialogue about it. But I will say that we've just released this environmental document, this mitigated negative declaration. It's open for public review. We are in the public comment period now. This is the kind of feedback that we would like to get from the commission and also from the public. And so, the public comment period ends on March 27th. And so we will be, taking those comments and looking at that. Now, I do think that, unfortunately, we did not provide the historic information that you needed in terms of the links on the website. I guess we just found out that was not available. So I first apologize for that. We'll make sure that we've got all that information available for the commission and the public when these things are getting published. That's important that information be available. So again, I apologize. I think that you may find that if you take the time to look at that document, which is 50 pages, that perhaps some of the questions that you had by reading the short report may be answered. And in fact, I don't believe that there's a conclusion in the DUDEC analysis that the project does not have any, it was not any portion of it. I don't believe the conclusion is that it was not made out of adobe or that some elements of the building are still there and have some elements of adobe. What we're saying is that, and I may be not getting the terms accurate, but the integrity of that structure has been compromised over years of remodeling and additions and so forth, that it's lost its historic significance. And so, but I think the comment is a good comment, and we have the note, and we'll look at that and see if it's not fully addressed in the analysis.
Let me just ask a process question, which maybe some of the other commissioners would be interested in, which is, during this open comment period and analysis, the historical significance is continuing to be reviewed, and then who would essentially review that I guess, those findings or responses at the end of your comment period? When does that, where does that go before?
So staff will review the comments that we receive on the document, and we will check the document to see if it requires any kind of change or alteration. If we feel like the document sufficiently addresses that, then we won't make any change. The decision-making body is the city council. They are the ones ultimately who will decide whether the historic conclusions are adequate and whether they can support the environmental analysis.
Okay, so here's what I'm suggesting. I'm not suggesting that this commentary isn't valuable. What I'm suggesting is that I don't want it to derail our process. I would like us, it sounds like staff appreciates your concerns, and what I absolutely would like to know is whether or not other commissioners share those concerns, because that is relevant as well. But I would like to conduct a site and design review on this site that essentially operates on the premise that the conclusion that DUDEC made was correct, so that we don't have to essentially have a process where we send this out, which I don't even know that we can, to any historical review board. But I don't want to have it go to council where they say, no, we don't agree with your finding, and then they send it back here and we have to have design review again. I'd rather them decide if there's a recommendation here to have a historical significance review, that they at least have all the information. So with that, would anybody like to sort of kick us off on our site and design review?
I would.
Okay, go ahead.
So just so you know, my reading of site and design review would definitely include C and D, would definitely include historic significance. It's in the, historic significance, saving buildings is in the comp plan, so it is part of site and design review in my opinion. But I can speak to other aspects of the project first, and then we can go back to my concerns about the historic Adobe building. So I also have, well, this is a question, I guess, for staff. So, and it's a question about the concession. So I understand the state law. So they didn't want a density bonus, they wanted a concession to get extra square footage, is that correct? And there are findings that are supposed to be made for being consistent with the state density bonus law. Are those findings that staff makes or that we're supposed to make?
I don't know that there's any findings of fact, like you have a finding of fact for site and design. Mm-hmm. If they meet a certain criteria, if they meet criteria, thresholds, then they are eligible for bonuses or concessions. And
okay, so they are required on this site to have 2 below market rate units. Is that correct?
yes, based on the 17 units that are being provided, based on the city's threshold, it's a 2.7, and the fraction to be paid.
And they're paying the percentage, the 0.7 in lieu fees, so they're providing 2. So if they're required, what I didn't understand, and you can just explain this to me quickly and I'll move on. What I didn't understand is if they're required to have 2 below market rate units, why they also qualify for a concession that gives them extra square footage.
Okay, I'll try to explain that best I can. So our local ordinance, excuse me. Our local ordinance establishes the requirement for on-site affordable housing units. And the number that ends up being provided in this development is 2. And so 2 divided by the 17 that are provided results in some 11% of the units being available to deed-restricted low or moderate income. State law provides that if you provide 10% of your housing project deed restricted to moderate level income, you're entitled to 1 concession. And our local zoning code has a menu of concessions that a developer could take advantage of. One of them is the one that they've asked for, which is the floor area to provide for the housing, the affordable housing units.
Okay, so So the answer to that is okay, I think I understand
Yeah,
that.
in meeting our local standard, they're automatically going to be eligible for some kind of a bonus under state density bonus law.
Okay. I also had a question about the parking, and the parking for the retail, I think limits the use to, it couldn't be a restaurant, it has to be a shop, because a restaurant has a higher parking ratio, is that correct?
Restaurant has a ratio, and I may need some help on this, of like 1 to 65 for the eating area. The balance of the space is 1 to 200. Yeah, it's got a more intense parking requirement than a typical retail.
So this would have to be a
Retail store, not a restaurant.
yes. And it was somewhat confusing about the upstairs commercial space. Is that actually retail or office, or are they going to decide?
So the way it's parked, it's retail, and that's the way it's labeled in the plans. However, it could be office. Office has a lower parking ratio.
Okay.
So it would have to depend on the market.
I also had a typical site and design question. So the refuse containers are underground for both the commercial and the residential. How are those going to be accessed by the trucks, garbage trucks and whatnot? Will they be brought up to the surface, or, because it's a pretty tight site?
Yeah, it's typical that the bins be brought up to the street level to be serviced.
So it seems like there's room on Kirtner for that, but I don't understand quite how that would happen on El Camino, where they would be serviced. That's just an observation. Let's see. Parking. And other than that, I had a concern about two of the members of the public that lived in the house that was kind of landlocked by this construction and the other new construction, and their concern about cars pulling out onto El Camino. No, cars going in onto El Camino because they only go in, and a concern that there would be a backup there. And I would like to point out that there's already a backup there frequently from the Starbucks, because it's a drive-through Starbucks, and there's often a backup like around the next cross street to El Camino, which is Ventura. So I think those traffic considerations should be looked at pretty carefully, given that the Jiffy Lube has cars pulling out. This is going to have cars going in, and on the other side of it, there's cars going in and out and often backing up across Ventura along El Camino. So I think that should be looked at very carefully, and I think the concerns of the people living in that single-family home should also be taken pretty seriously, because I think they're being pretty impacted. And I have actually made 2 visits to the site, so I've been there a lot over the weekend, and I have noticed that about the Starbucks backing up at other times. So I'm not sure what the solution is, that just bringing that to your attention. And I'll leave it at that for now.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question about the variance that's being asked for on the basement setback. What is the reason for a basement setback? So what are the possible negative consequences of violating the 10-foot setback in a basement? I understand it much more where visible at ground level, privacy considerations and having a buffer, but what is the reason to have a basement setback?
I think one of the things is to consider would be any adjacent trees on different properties in the area. It could be if you're trying to get close to another property with the foundation, it might get a little tricky there, but there's no like physical kind of aesthetic difference.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think it's, a couple things. One, opportunity for recharge into the, groundwater, and also making sure there's adequate, landscaping opportunities and tree roots and things like that.
And in the study of this plot, were any negative repercussions anticipated from the 6-foot setback from the basement? So now that I understand what we're looking for, were there concerns about neighboring properties, reduced opportunity for landscaping from those properties, et cetera?
No,
Okay. I wanted to just give a couple words about this project. First, I agree with the process, which is, I do think we have to trust the city process. I don't think it really is up to us to be our own historic resources board, and I think that we want to have the city's process be respected as much as possible. The project itself, I think, is delightful, personally. I was doing street view navigation through the area, and personally, if I lived in that area, I think I'd feel quite happy that the Jiffy Lube and the 9-minute oil change, et cetera, is getting a high quality multifamily unit that's beginning to anchor a neighborhood that has something beyond oil change and other auto service, and can start to be the anchor of a small community. And so while I do recognize the concerns, anytime you have people, that does bring cars, it brings traffic, and it brings other potential negative effects. I did want to just say from the dais, I know that we focused on some of the concerns around the project. I thought that the project design was very clever, given the unusual space and given some of the constraints that are being dealt with. Also, I was surprised by, normally applicants come before us and look for reduced parking. In this case, parking is exceeding the amount that was necessary. They look for additional density bonuses, et cetera. The bonus that is being sought is well within the scope, given the 2 BMR units being provided. So I personally really just want to understand the one variance being requested, and now that I understand that, I feel quite supportive of this project. Now, having said that, about process, I do think it's legitimate that City Council could determine that enough people have come forward with concerns about the historic nature of this building that they would request additional review, et cetera. And I do understand that members of the community have brought up concerns that they may feel need to be looked into. I do think that the city has a process for determining whether or not a building rises to the level of being sent to the Historic Review Board, and I feel comfortable with that. But anyway, I have no questions. My one question was really about the variance being requested.
Commissioner Rosenbaum, when you say variance, do you mean the design enhancement exception?
I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to jump in and quickly make a few comments too. So first of all, I honestly can't remember the last time we looked at a multifamily project. I can't remember if it was Maybell or the Page Mill project. And the reason why I say that is because it's delightful to be considering a housing project on this commission. And it's delightful because I think maybe more than any other volunteer in this city, we are acutely aware of the housing crisis. It's a big part of the world of our work. And so the notion that we are finally considering a residential multifamily project that has some component of BMR housing is really refreshing. We've had all these conversations about, and I'm speaking to this from the sense of, how does this project sort of affect our comprehensive plan goals and policies, and I'm sort of speaking from that point of view here, which is that we've been talking as a city so much about slowing down office growth, and we continue to see projects, for office space, and finally we get a project for residential housing, and of course it has some retail and commercial because it's got ground floor one of the things that I found very informative about your presentation was just how much multifamily is surrounding this site. That was, even though I drove by this site and I did my own little review, I didn't appreciate just how many apartments are in the area. And I think actually it would be helpful as you move through this process to add to your presentation maybe the number of units on each of those sites. And I think that's important because it highlights the density. Being involved in this process up here, you see a lot of projects, and this is absolutely one of the most complicated sites I've ever seen. And just in the last few weeks, I've had a chance with some of the planning staff to speak with developers of affordable housing about what sorts of parcels they look for. And we did sort of an aerial review of parcels in Palo Alto, and there was a significant, it was just amazing how few these affordable housing developers felt were possible. They needed 50,000 square feet minimum plates to be able to achieve, and they need to have at least 4 or 5 stories. They got to create something like 40 to 50,000 square feet of living. And then they went sort of through the parcels in downtown and along El Camino, and they're very few. So the process of actually building multifamily is going to require this sort of absurdly complicated layout. And so I want to suggest to you that I think that your creativity and your effort are very much, I think, should be welcomed in our effort to address our housing need, and also our other sort of efforts, which I know that we don't typically refer to El Camino right now as the Grand Boulevard, and that initiative is sort of, I don't know what's happened to it, unfortunately, but the way that we're going to create sort of a better environment specifically in this part of El Camino is by bringing people there. And your investment, the owners of this parcel's investment, is going to encourage the investment by the individuals who will end up living in this space, and their foot traffic will drive improvement of the assets around. I wouldn't be surprised if the 9-minute lube station was also shortly evolving. Okay, so let me just address the design enhancement exception. It's not really part of our review tonight, but I think that it was a really interesting question about why there's a setback in general, and I think that the answer is very relevant. I did, in reviewing this, I did sort of wonder if, even though I think this is sort of a great example of what a design enhancement exception opportunity is, it did cross my mind that, could there be a process by which this exception could be granted in exchange for one additional BMR unit? Maybe if they, instead of paying the 70% of the 2.7%, the 2.7th BMR, they allocated one more BMR unit, and then the city granted them that enhancement exception. I don't know if that's possible, but certainly an opportunity to sort of encourage a greater number of affordable housing units on the site would be welcomed by me. There's sort of one other element I want to address here, which is just there was some discussion in the packet about how it relates to its adjacent properties, and one thing that I think would be a bit, and this sort of goes back to what I said to the applicant earlier in their presentation, I think there's some real benefit to understanding the age of the other multifamily buildings. And the reason why I mention that is because there is this point in a multifamily building's life, 50, 60, or 70 years, where the owner of that multifamily building is very likely to consider a renovation or potentially new construction. And I think that whenever we review sort of the the context of the site, it's important to appreciate like how many of those sites are likely to evolve in the near future, in this building's near future of lifetime. Okay, so I'm going to just end there and suggest that I would very much support a motion to recommend approval of this proposed project, but I won't. There's no motion on the table. I'm not making one, but I'm just letting you know where I stand.
Okay, thanks. I entirely support Eric's comments. I thought they were really spot on. This is really frankly, an amazing project in a ridiculous setting, and it also improves the neighborhood. So for all those reasons, and you designed in there those gathering spots and so on. And also, I just think the architecture looks terrific. But there's so much going on in there that's a positive to all of the kind of hot issues that we're trying to solve. So I think that part works really well. I'm surprised that you didn't go for the 22 units and the 3 low-cost housing units. I presume that was just a financial decision in terms of how it's being marketed and so on. If that's a tweak and you want to consider that, that would be great. But then we get another low-cost housing. I think there was comments in here that the traffic patterns have been addressed. So again, in sort of terms of trusting the process, I'm not sure that kind of questioning that at this point is the case. But there are 65 more parking spaces there. So appreciate the comments about maybe maintaining the building, but if it sat empty for 9 years, that building in its current, that's enough pause. That building in its current state is not really marketable for another tenant. So there's a lot of just data there month by month. So I think it's overall a terrific creative approach there on the ugly space that it's in. I thought from page 272 that this was intentionally going back to the ARB. Oh, okay. So, all right. So I thought in your later comments you were saying it actually isn't. So that is, sorry?
Making a distinction between and I may have misspoke because I do it all the time on this, HRB, the Historic Resources Board, versus the ARB, the Architectural Review Board.
Okay.
It will go to the ARB. It's not going to go to the HRB.
Right. Okay. So that's consistent. Thank you. So I think that is, a built-in safety net for the historical concerns. In the same area there, can I just ask clarification that this is exempted from the interim retail conversion ordinance, but there isn't one now. So it's no longer interim.
Yeah, well, technically it's interim. It will become permanent in another, it's close, but.
Right, but so assuming the timing works out for this,
yeah,
they will be required to have ground floor retail.
No, they're required for the code purposes, but they're not required to preserve the retail under the interim ordinance, but there will be retail on the ground floor.
Okay. Okay.
It will be the same result.
Less, I think the restaurant's larger than the replacement, and so that was a provision of the interim ordinance, right, that you had to do a one-for-one replacement. So I don't know, I'm trying to remember these numbers. I think it was like 9,000 roughly for the restaurant, and I think they're proposing like 5,000 or something. Is that close? It's less than what was proposed. It's less than what the restaurant space is today.
Okay. So again, I'm not going to repeat other commissioners' comments. So I'm comfortable that this is a very strong project so I'm going to move that we approve it, but we're not going to knowingly ignore existing documents or possible risks to the history of Palo Alto. So if we can have language on there that says consistent with appropriate review of historical status, or words to that effect, that's how I'd like to have it read. Have it written, excuse me.
Okay, why don't I make a suggestion here, if you don't mind? if you want to make a motion to recommend, and then maybe you can suggest some language that you would be comfortable with?
Yeah,
So that we can
let's
have a motion on the table?
Right, so I can just dictate one from the text here as opposed to you trying to write down what I just said. So I move the approval of the proposed project to City Council based on findings subject to conditions of approval for site and design review, and also subject to review of potential historical significance.
Staff, are you comfortable with that wording?
Can you say that again? The last part.
Can somebody read that back to us?
I think I can get like 90% there. So we have a motion to recommend approval of the proposed project to the City Council based on the findings, subject to the conditions and approval for site and design review, and subject to the appropriate historic review analysis, something to that effect. Is that
Yeah,
right?
review of potential historical significance.
And review of potential historic significance. Okay.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor. Okay. Would you like to comment on this? Would you like to suggest an amendment?
Yes.
Okay. If I'll entertain any amendments at this time.
So thank you very much for that. And I want to make it clear that my concerns about the historic status of the building do not negate my appreciation for the applicant bringing this project forward. I'm also serve on the comp plan committee, and one of the things we were very much looking for are mixed-use buildings that are residential and retail, so it fits the bill there. I really appreciate that. I was just sort of blown away by the other issue. So now back to your motion. I'd like to make a friendly amendment to make it stronger. I would like to make, and I would like it to say something to the effect that that it should only be, that our recommendation is conditioned on the approval that there is a thorough review of the and up-to-date review of the historic status of the building. And one of the reasons I feel really strongly about this is because we didn't have the information given to us to review it for this meeting. And I did two site, I went down there twice. I took pictures. I went to Historical Society. I just don't think that's strong enough the way it's stated. So
I don't see a lot of difference between what I said and what you said, so.
Let me ask you a quick question, clarifying question. So
and I thought we were going to have a discussion.
I think your language is so hold on. For the purposes of sort of clarification, we can make a friendly amendment. I mean, if he chooses to accept a friendly amendment. If he doesn't, I would still entertain a motion after this motion, if you'd like to make it, that somehow addresses your concerns also. Just so you know, like if, for example, you wanted to make a second motion tonight that recommended that when City Council review this project, they pay close attention to the historical significance analysis. That's something to that effect. This is not your only opportunity, is what I'm saying.
I don't think we need to go there because I think we're agreeing, and I'm just saying if you want to have stronger language, make it really stronger language.
So if that's the case, then what I was originally going to ask you is for a little clarification here, which is you suggested that conditioned on a thorough analysis of its historical significance, and I want to understand whether you mean an additional sort of review outside of this document that we haven't had a chance to review, or whether you mean that you want some City Council to pay.
So I can't review a document I've never seen. So how would I know what to say about that document? I even think it would be appropriate to continue this based on the fact that we did not have all the information to make a good decision. And I would like to say that the historic status is fully part of D to ensure that the use will be in accord with Palo Alto Comprehensive Plan. policies L51 through 59 all deal with historic buildings and preserving them. And if this is truly, you know, if this didn't get the spotlight that it really needed to be evaluated properly, which is what I'm concerned with, I think it's a potential devastating loss to the entire community. So I don't know how to get where I want to, but I might not be able to support a motion that doesn't take into consideration we didn't have all the information to make this decision.
The motion is intended to say that we have to have all suitable information, and it's passed along to both the ARB and the council, and that they should be looking at that. But I'm not saying that we should continue this so that we should look at it.
Okay. Okay, so
it seems like as long as we alert the folks that there's other information to consider and there's public comment that suggests otherwise, then,
let me say
then someone can look at that, but it's not particularly in our purview.
Let me say this. I don't disagree that that our comprehensive plan and our site and design review implicates that that the determination of historical significance is an important one in this process. I don't want you to for a second to think that I don't agree completely with that. My concern is that I don't know on what basis we would disagree with planning staff's determination. Even if, for example, let's say I'm wondering if you would be comfortable with.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah, I would love a suggestion.
So it sounds like, just for the record, we're perfectly fine if you guys want to challenge our recommendations. So that's what we do.
Well, it's difficult because we haven't reviewed it.
I understand, but I think there's something for we have a motion that has been seconded basically to move the staff report with this historic consideration. It sounds like Commissioner Suma is talking about a substitute motion to continue the project so that you can have time to review the historic reports and then make your recommendation on the project. So that could be a substitute motion that you put out there, and then there's a question to see if it's seconded, if there's a second for it, and then you would vote on that motion. If it fails, if it passes, then we'll get you that report and we'll come back in a couple weeks and we'll go through this again. If it passes or if it fails, then we're back to the original motion and you can.
All right, well, let me ask the maker of this. Let me ask you, are you making a substantive motion or a substitute motion, or are you making a friendly amendment?
Given the advice from staff just now, I think it would make more sense for me to make a substitute motion. I think it's cleaner, so I'm happy to do that.
Okay, I'm going to suggest that you've made that substitute motion. Is there a second? Okay, so seeing none, the original motion is still on the floor. Would anybody like us to read that motion again? Okay.
Sure.
Jonathan, will you read that motion for Assistant Director Jonathan Late? Will you read that motion for us one more time?
It's a motion by the Commission to recommend approval of the proposed project to the City Council based on the findings subject to conditions of approval for site and design review and review of potential historic significance, is what I have.
Okay. Would the maker of the motion like to speak to his motion?
Not further. I'm not tied to the second half of the language if there's something that, quote, strengthens it, but to me it's clear.
Would you like to speak to your motion? Okay. All right. What I'm going to do at this time, I'm going to hold a vote, and then I will give any opportunity to anybody to speak to their dissent if they decide to dissent, and I will entertain any other motions, if you'd like to make one. Okay, so all those in favor of the motion on the floor, please raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Great, that's 3. All those opposed?
Nay.
1.
Can I speak to my no?
Yeah, so we have 3 in support and 1 abstention. Would you like to?
I said no.
Oh, excuse me, 1, I didn't mean abstention.
I know.
1 dissent. Would you like to speak to your dissent?
I would.
Please do.
Thank you very much, and I don't mean to, I just can't make the findings. I can't make the findings for site and design review. Either C, to ensure that sound principles of environmental design and ecological balance shall be observed, and D, to ensure that the use will be in accord with a Palo Alto comprehensive plan. I would love to have been able to make that finding tonight and move a worthy housing project forward, but I don't find myself in the position to be able to make those 2 findings.
Okay. Would anybody like to entertain any other recommendations tonight? Okay. All right. So seeing none, I'm going to close this quasi-judicial hearing. And the next item we have on our agenda is to approve the minutes from February 8th, 2017. Would anybody like to make a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve.
A second?
Second.
Great. All those in favor of approving the February 8th, 2017 minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
That's 4 in favor. Are there any committee, or let me just lump this all together. Are there any items that commissioners would like to comment or announce?
You want me to, Przemek wanted me to report on the comp plan meetings. Do you want me to do that, or?
Was there a compound meeting between this meeting and last? Would you like to talk about it?
If you want me to.
Absolutely. If there's, this period of time is for any commissioner to sort of address anything that's somewhat relevant to our job.
Okay.
So absolutely.
So if my colleagues are interested, Commissioner Gardias had asked me to briefly report on comp plan meetings. We had a comp plan meeting.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please exit quietly while we're sort of concluding our meeting here. I would really appreciate it.
A week and a half ago, it had 2 significant items on the agenda. One was a discussion about the City Council's action on the comp plan on January 30th, and the second one was the business element. The discussion about the City Council's decision about the comp plan on the 30th was kind of lengthy, actually, and most of the 14 voting members that were there, all but 2 were dissatisfied with the council's, not all the decision, but the process and the procedure that took place. And the business element is going to go back to staff and then come back not to the subcommittee, but actually to the whole group for another look. So that's the gist of it.
Okay. This will be our last meeting as a incomplete Planning and Transportation Commission. At our next meeting, we will be joined by our newest commissioner, Commissioner Monk. So that's exciting. And our next meeting is on what is it?
I don't know. It doesn't say.
When is our next meeting? Okay, well, we'll look it up online.
It's not online yet.
29th.
March 29th.
29th.
There you go.
My dad's birthday.
All right, this meeting
My
ended.
dad's 85th birthday.
This meeting ended at 11:03 with a record turnout. Thank you.